Good morning, everybody. The time is now 10 o'clock, which means that this inquiry is open. This is an inquiry into an application for planning permission made by AGR4 Solar Limited for a solar array with associated battery storage containers and ancillary development, including means of access and grid connection cable on land at Gravely Lane and to the east of Great Wymondley. The description of the proposal and identification of the site were agreed at the case management conference. My name is Richard Clegg. I'm a chartered town planner and I have been appointed by the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities to hold this inquiry and to report with a recommendation to him. The inquiry is being streamed and teams should be available for remote participation if anybody does require that, except I think for Thursday this week when we're in a different room without those facilities. Could I just quickly check whether everybody in the council chamber can hear me? Just indicate. Yeah, good. If there do prove to be any problems for anybody who's observing the inquiry remotely, is there a contact at the council that people can get in touch with?
Yes, sir.
Could you announce that so that people following can perhaps pick that up?
They can get in touch with Alex Howard, and details of contact are on the website.
Thank you very much. Just a very few housekeeping points. Could you please make sure that mobile phones are on silent during the course of the inquiry sessions? Emergency exits either side of the council chamber, just follow the signed route out in each direction. Toilet facilities along the corridor to my right. You find those just before you get to the staircases. I'd just like to check with the council, the live streaming, is that recorded and kept? And if so, for how long?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is it simply kept for training and quality assurance and other purposes?
No, it will be on the webpage.
Yes.
At a later date, so people can look back at it. And
how long is it kept for?
I believe it will probably be kept until the decision is made by the Secretary of State.
Yeah. Is anybody else intending to record or film the proceedings? I can't see any indication of that. There was a case management conference, as I've already mentioned, that took place on the 18th of July to discuss the management of the case. And there is a note of that in the core documents library on the website. I think it's core document 139. What I'd like to do next is take the names of those who wish to speak at the inquiry. And I'm going to start with the applicant.
Yes, good morning. So my name is David Hardy, that's Hardy. I am duly qualified as a barrister and solicitor, but for your note, I'm a partner at CMS, I'm planning lawyers. And in terms of witnesses, then the list is as follows. Some are in the room today, some will be coming later on for their individual sessions. So Mr. Alistair Hoyle is dealing with planning. He's the gentleman there with the glasses.
Right, okay, thank you.
Ms. Lynn Roy, who is dealing with heritage matters, sitting with the blue spotty top.
Right.
Then we've got John Mason, who is dealing with landscape. We have Kevin Tilford, who is dealing with flooding and drainage.
Yes.
You have Tony Kernan, who is dealing with ALC and soil matters. We have Howard Fern in relation to ecology, and then Lee Kendall in relation to transport. And in addition to that, I've got Isabel Stone sitting to my right. She's been helping with the administration of the appeal. And then we have one member of the clerks, John Collier, who's sitting there. So that is my team.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. And for the local planning authority, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Caroline Daly of Council. I'm instructed by North Hertfordshire District Council. I have a rather shorter list of witnesses.
Yes.
Just Mr. Michael Robinson, who is my planning witness.
Thank you, Ms. Dale. Well, in both cases, it's as expected from the CMC. And then we have the Rule 6 party, the Joint Objectors Group.
Yeah, good morning, sir. My name's this one. My name is Paul Harding, and I will lead our group.
Yes.
The Joint Objectors Group here, as a resident of Great Wymondley, and our witnesses will be Jed Griffiths, who is our expert witness on planning, agriculture, openness, and other related matters to planning.
Yes.
Then David Jackson will speak on heritage and archaeology.
Yes.
Elizabeth Hamilton on ecology, biodiversity, and Jess Simpson on community harm. In addition to that, so you did raise the point yesterday that we should come up with a party to speak on transport and flooding if we wanted to cross-examine on those points. And so we will bring forward two parties by the time we get to that to speak on those matters. I've not got those names yet because I've was at a funeral yesterday and not had time to get back and
I saw the email that you
that.
sent to the office,
Yeah,
Mr. Harding.
yeah.
Yeah.
So but we will do that.
Yes, it was essential because it seemed to be fairly clear from your statement of case that you mentioned those matters.
Yes, yes.
Towards the end, both flood risk and transport.
Yeah.
So you covered them, albeit briefly, but there wasn't anybody identified specifically. So
no,
just
we
to
will
be clear how it was, what the intention was in terms of treating those.
Yeah, we'll put that right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else in the room who wishes to speak at the inquiry? I can see that there's a few people at the back. I mean, you're welcome just to observe, but if you'd like to speak, could you give me an indication? No. Okay, thanks. I will check again before the end of the inquiry if anybody else does wish to be heard. Just in case there's anybody who's watching the live stream and would like to either participate via Teams or come down to the council offices and participate in that way. If that is the position, could you contact the case officer at the planning inspectorate and she will get a message to me that you would like to speak at the inquiry. The case officer is a lady called Alison Dyson, and you can, her email address is alison.dyson@planninginspectorate.gov.uk. You can also contact her on 0303 444 5304. Just a quick word about notification arrangements for this inquiry. I've got copies of the notification letter, which was about the inquiry arrangements for today, which was sent out to interested parties. I know there was an earlier letter, I think it was dated the 12th of June, which advised parties about the call-in, but I can't find a copy of that. So it would be helpful just for completeness if the local planning authority could provide me with that. And what I'd also like to see is the circulation list of parties who that went to. All of the responses which have been made to the planning application will be taken into account. A word next about the procedure for the inquiry. At the case management conference, it was intended that the inquiry would essentially proceed on a topic basis following any contributions that there might have been expected from interested parties. However, given the content of the proofs and the arrangement of witnesses, you'll see from the timetable that the office has circulated that in effect it's a hybrid arrangement that's I've proposed, with topic sessions on heritage and archaeology, and also ecology and biodiversity. But otherwise, the main parties presenting the remainder of their cases in the conventional way. After each person has presented his or her evidence, there would normally be an opportunity for questions from parties who hold a contrary view. One thing in particular I just want to mention now in terms of matters that we're going to hear from at an early stage is that in terms, affects you particularly, Mr. Hardy, in terms of the applicant's opening, I would find it helpful to have either yourself or perhaps one of the planning witness to give an outline of an explanation of the proposal in terms of how it would be seen on the ground, because although I've helpfully had a copy of the full-size plans, on those plans I'm still finding it difficult to locate some of the features that are identified as part of the application, in particular the control, storage and switchgear buildings, and I want to be clear about where everything is proposed to be. The other thing that I just want clarification on at that stage is the extent of the application site, because I think there are at least 2 red lines. The cable routes included in one, but on the location plan, which would normally identify the extent of the site, it isn't shown. So I just want to be clear of that, and then obviously I will ask the other main parties for their view. I think the only other thing I wanted to cover this part of the opening, Mr. Harding's raised the matter of how JOG are going to deal with transport and flood risk. Mr. Harding, there was an indication that JOG wished to present video evidence at the inquiry, and have arrangements been made for that to take place?
We've got video evidence to add this afternoon as part of Mr. Jackson's presentation.
Yes.
And I think we should be able to just play it through a laptop. But I mean, we've not just started today. We've not been through exactly how that will happen, but I guess we can sort that out at lunchtime.
Right.
I think it doesn't need anything particularly special, I don't think, to run it through.
Right. Well, I think you need to talk to somebody from the council as to
there's
how
a
that can be.
PowerPoint presentation
Yes.
As well. It's effectively part of that.
Right.
If that's okay.
I think the gentleman to my right are the IT specialist
Yeah,
from the local
yeah,
planning authority.
yeah.
So I think it would be a good idea if you at an early opportunity to have a word
Okay.
with them.
Will do. Yeah, thank you.
Next, just a word about the timetable for the inquiry. That's been circulated by the office. As you know from the case management conference, the inquiry is scheduled for 8 days, Tuesday to Friday this week, and a repeat for next week. Inquiry days generally start at 10 o'clock. Depending on where we're up to in the programme, it may be appropriate to start a little bit earlier on occasions. Generally, I would expect to finish round about 5 o'clock. I understand, and I hope I've got the day right, that we have to finish today by 4 o'clock, because I think there's something else taking place in this room. So please bear that in mind. There will be mid-session breaks during the morning and the afternoon. There were quite a few specific requests in terms of timing, which I've endeavoured to take account of in the timetable. But can I just check whether any of the main parties have any queries or any difficulties with the timetable as currently presented? Mr. Hardy, you want to come in?
Yes, it's a general observation, not I wouldn't describe it as a problem. Sir, and it's this. Having read everything carefully,
Yes.
it feels to me as though the timetable is very generous. I think that absent specific requests, the evidence is likely to take or could take 4 days. So there's a lot of latitude. And the question I've got is, if things move as quickly as I think they might, whether we're going to stick to the timetable because that's been advertised and that's absolutely fine,
Yes.
or alternatively, if people were available, then we would run on in the normal way. And I say that because I can see some very short sessions and some short afternoons, which is fine. But if we finished after sort of 45 minutes or an hour, are we all then going to draw stumps and go home early? That's my question.
Right. Well, there were some very specific requests on timing, and I think quite a number came from the applicant, Mr. Hardy.
Yes.
So
It's not absolutely not a criticism.
No, I know, but it's all very well saying move on and make best use of time. But if people are simply not available until next week, there's not a lot we can do about that.
So in which case, can I take it from that? It helps with preparation,
Yes.
of course, that we will stick to the timetable, and that even if they are short sessions, we'll then just accept that. We'll be able.
Well, no, I wouldn't necessarily want to do that as a blanket approach. I mean, if we've made good progress and somebody is available and it's not causing difficulties for other parties who may well have geared their preparation to the timetable as well, I would take soundings, but I would say there may be the opportunity to bring things forward. And I think at the CMC, we discussed this and we talked about the possibility of having a shorter number of days. I think at the time it was felt better to keep what we've got just in case. And so we've stuck to that. And I've looked at the time estimates. Some of them perhaps may appear to be on the generous side. I think we'll get a better feel for that as today goes on, as to the extent perhaps of questioning of the applicants by the objectors and how long that takes. Can we see how things are going at the end of the day, Mr. Hardy?
Feels like a see how it goes.
Yes,
absolutely.
It is. Ms. Daly,
sorry,
what do you think?
Not that's absolutely fine from the council's perspective.
Yes.
My point is, again, not a problem, but your office was sent a request last week on the part of the council in relation to the timing of Mr. Robinson's evidence, because following the case management conference, it was the council's understanding that Mr. Robinson would be heard following either all or the bulk of the applicant's expert witnesses, but before the applicant's planning witness. Now, Mr. Robinson is available, so it's not a problem for him to be heard earlier. But it seems to me that it may make more sense for, at least in relation to the joint objectors group, for them to be able to cross-examine particular expert witnesses on specific areas before there's then both planners' evidence at the end of proceedings.
Yes, it was a bit of an unusual situation because you simply only have one witness, and given the availability of parties and the scope of the proofs, as I've already said, it effectively came down to 2 topic sessions. So then if you took those 2 out and then ran through in the conventional way, Mr. Robinson would, the council's case would then normally be heard before the applicant's case. In terms of, but your suggestion then would be to put Mr. Robinson in next week, I take it?
Yes, subject to us proceeding quickly through the timetable.
Yes.
Yes, I had in mind that he would go before Mr. Hoyle, but after Mr. Kernan.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I've no difficulty with that, still, provided it doesn't cause complications for anybody else. Mr. Hardy?
No, I'm supportive of that too.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's work on that as a possibility. Mr. Harding, have you any concerns about that? Yes, that's fine.
The
Mr. Griffiths, yes.
I'm a bit confused now. What are we suggesting?
Right, Mr. Dale is suggesting that that she's only got the one witness, which is Mr. Robinson,
Mr. Robinson, yes.
who's currently on the timetable that's been circulated. He's due to appear
I see.
after Jog's witnesses apart
Yes.
from Miss Hamilton. And the suggestion is that he be delayed till after other witnesses from the applicant,
Yes.
apart from Mr. Hoyle and Mr. Fern. So that would, as timings stand, that would put him into next week, but it would put him back in any event, whether it was next week or the end of this week.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And is there any difficulty with that from the
No,
Jog's?
that's acceptable then, yeah,
Okay,
with
good.
us. And yeah, I think you managed to work the timetable successfully for our speakers. As Mrs. Hamilton is away this week, so
That's why that session is next week.
That's why unfortunately we do need to go into next week for her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
Yeah.
And that's why normally what I would have endeavoured to do would have been to put the planning witnesses on at the end, particularly Mr. Hoyle, but because of that situation with Mrs. Hamilton, that's why that topic session is where it is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right, so we'll work on the basis that Mr. Robinson will come in later in the order, whenever that is.
Thank you very much, sir. There's just one further question
Yes.
from the council, which is we've received a statement from Chris Berry on the part of CPRE.
Yes.
The council isn't clear whether Mr. Berry is planning to attend the inquiry and speak to his statement or whether that constitutes his evidence.
But I wasn't entirely clear at the case management conference. There was an indication that he may well be appearing as part of the joint objectors group team, and I think you'll realise that this is the second version of the timetable that's been circulated. On the first one, Mr. Berry for the CPRE was included because that was the impression that I had. In response to that, and the reason for version 2 without the CPRE is that Mr. Berry responded to version 1 and said no, it was simply a written representation that CPRE wanted to make. And given that I don't think there's any difficulty with accepting what their submission at this stage in terms of the content. I don't think there's anything starting for the main parties to deal with. So yes, my understanding is unless he suddenly responds to my invitation on the live stream or turns up, it's simply a written representation.
Thank you. I'm very grateful.
Mr. Harding.
Yes, that's correct. You're quite right. But going back to the case management meeting, Mr. Berry did. I think he would potentially participate. He's actually been very supportive to us, but I think basically as a point of principle of the trustees, they do not formally take part in Rule 6 arrangement. So
Okay.
it was really quite a simple situation. When we agreed to become a Rule 6 party, they effectively had to drop back, and he's just put in his written representation, which is supportive of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding, for the At the case management conference, the possibility of an evening session was canvassed. There was certain level. I've had no indication that there's any desire for that. So as things stand, unless there's a late rush of interest for people who can't make it during normal hours, the inquiry will proceed on the basis of morning and afternoon sessions. And the only other point I wanted to make, just a point for Jog, Mr. Harding and Mr. Griffiths, in response to the request for an indication of timings, Mr. Harding, I think the it wasn't set out explicitly, but the implication in relation to Mr. Griffith's evidence was, I think, that examination in chief could take about an hour in respect of the number of topics, of which there appeared to be 5. Now, I would regard 5 hours presentation of evidence in chief as extremely lengthy in any event. And I think given the length of the proof, I doubt if it's going to be need to take that much of our time. So just a gentle warning about that.
Yeah, I think be honest, I think I sort of considered an hour just as a sort of round minimum figure to put in, but
Yes.
he really is rolling the subjects up together, so
Yes.
It certainly won't be that length of time
Thank you
by
very
any
much.
means. Yeah.
Thank you. A word next about conditions. In accordance with current advice, I propose, after I've heard the parties present their respective cases, to seek views on conditions which might be appropriate were the application to be approved. But I do want to emphasise that this does not indicate any prejudging of the case, and it is not intended to weaken the objector's position. I have received a list of draft conditions from the applicant and the local planning authority, and that can be found at core document 141. I understand, Mr. Harding, that JOG wish to make their views on conditions known as and when evidence is given. And I can see Mr. Griffiths nodding to affirm
Yes.
that.
That is so, sir, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I do need to draw your attention to planning practice guidance, which deals with the award of costs at inquiries. I raised this at the case management conference, and at that stage, it wasn't the intention of any of the parties to make a costs application. I'd just like an update on that position. Mr. Hardy?
No, not at the moment.
Thank you. Ms. Daly?
Not from the council, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Hardy?
No, not from us.
Thank you very
No.
much. I will make a final check at just before the inquiry closes. Site visits next. I've been to Great Wymondley to familiarise myself with the area. I've walked along Gravely Lane from the east under the motorway and into Great Wymondley itself. I've been as far as the church so far along the footpath. It is proposed that I will undertake a programme of visits towards the end of the inquiry. I asked for thoughts about that at the case management conference, and I've hopefully received a draft programme. I think that's been prepared by the applicant and the local planning authority, and I understand it's also been agreed by JOG as well.
Yes, indeed.
So that's helpful, and that will be undertaken later on. Next, a word about documentation. There is an inquiry website that's hosted by the local planning authority. All core documents are available on there, including proofs of evidence and statements. I recall from the case management conference that the intention was that a hard copy of documents would be available in the inquiry venue. And I think, see Mr. Hardy nodding. So I take it that that's either in hand or done.
Yes, I was labouring with the trolleys, as you saw. We
Yes.
do have hard copies, which we will put, is that going to be the witness?
The witness is going to be over there because perhaps there's a table at the back of the room. I can see.
Well, we've actually got 2 sets, so we could put one by the witness table and then one for use by members of the public more generally.
Yeah.
What I would say is, could we just ask that they're not taken away?
Yes,
They are complete sets, so we don't want people taking them out of the room, if that's all right.
of course. Thank you, Mr. Harding. A statement of common ground has been agreed by the applicant and the local planning authority. I understand, Mr. Harding, that was to be reviewed over the weekend by JOG, and that you'd advise whether you were content with that or wish to make comments. during the course of the inquiry? What do you think?
Well, there are certainly some elements that we agree with as common ground, but there are others which we do have disagreement on or questions on. I don't know when and how you'd wish to pick those up, but
well, I think at this stage, if it's not a document that you can endorse, as it stands, I mean, we're virtually into evidence. It's probably best to deal with it as and when your representatives speak to the inquiry.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And next, just a reminder, I think the officer's already written to the three main parties about this, but everybody needs to be aware that last week the government issued a new version of National Planning Policy Framework, came out on the 5th of September. So clearly, I have to refer to the up-to-date and current version of government policy. And that will be the one that's referred to. I think helpfully it's already that version that's on the core documents library on the website. I've checked that. So please make sure that you refer to that. I think the bulk of the document is carried forward from the previous version, but I think I asked the office just to draw parties' attention to paragraph, I think it's 155. There's a slight change in emphasis there, which I would want to hear the views of the main parties on, probably via their planning witnesses. I've received proofs of evidence or statements from all the witnesses that we've been advised of. In response to a request at the case management conference, I've received both a list of plans which remain relevant and hard copies. That's very helpful. Can I just check that the list of plans, which I think is at core documents 13 to 28, those are the only plans that remain relevant for the purposes of this application? I see Mr. Hardy and Miss Daly both nodding, and I presume, Mr. Harding, you've no reason to disagree with that. Thank you. And then you'll notice, I think, on the core documents section of the website, there is a subsection for inquiry documents, which will be added to if, as often happens, some documents come in during the course of the inquiry. Having alerted you to that, can I just check whether any of the main parties have anything to submit this morning? Because if there are any documents coming in, I always like to have them as early as possible. Mr. Hardy? No. Good. Mr. Harding, have you anything that's going to come in today? Just put your microphone on, Mr. Harding, please.
Yeah, we do have one additional document which we will pass over to you this morning. Yeah.
Right. Can I just ask what it is? Because obviously, if it simply relates to something that's already in, that's probably not too much of a problem. I'm hoping to avoid anything that's a departure from what we might expect.
Yeah. It's a document that a letter of the 8th of September we received from Hertfordshire County Council in respect of fire appliance arrangements.
Fire arrangements?
Fire, yeah. So it was a late arrival.
Right. I seem to recall in your statement of case there was some reference to this topic. I'll have to.
There is reference to the topic. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have a hard copy here, and
is that a spare copy that you have?
Well, it's not spare, but it's available.
Perhaps if you hand it to the lady from the council and she can make arrangements to copy that, please.
Yes, I don't think we've seen that, so
no,
I'd like to.
I mean,
you won't have seen it. It's just literally arrived. Yeah.
Well, let's see what it contains. Yeah. And if it gives Mr. Hardy or indeed the council any surprises, I'm sure they won't hesitate to come back to me and ask for time to
Of
deal with
course,
it.
yeah.
Was that it, Mr. Harding, in terms of additional material so
That was
far?
it. Yes.
Good. Right. I'd like to move on then to my view of the main considerations in this case. And that again was something that we discussed at the case management conference. On this occasion, having regard to the evidence as it's emerged, as well as the calling letter, my intention at the moment is to modify my initial suggestion of main considerations slightly. So the first one would be, which in effect embraces, I think, the first two last time, would be the effect of the proposed development on the Greenbelt. And then the next two don't change. That's the implications of the proposal for meeting the challenge of climate change and the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the area. And then I've just added in a few specific points in response to what I've read. The effect of the proposed development on habitats and biodiversity. The effect of the proposal on heritage assets. And whether the proposal would be consistent with policies and guidance concerning the use of agricultural land. And then back to paragraph 4 of the case management conference note, whether the proposed development would be consistent with the development plan and other relevant policies, and the effect of other considerations on the overall planning balance. Now, as always, I would say that it's possible that this view may be modified as a result of the evidence presented to this inquiry, and other considerations may emerge. If anybody does disagree with my understanding of the main considerations, I'd ask them to make their views known during the presentation of their evidence. And then finally, just a couple of other very brief matters, just to let you know that in due course, a copy of the decision will be made available on the government's website. And hopefully I've got the day right. On Thursday, the 14th, we have to move to another room in this building, and I understand it's room 2 on floor 1, which just next door. That's what I wanted to run through first thing this morning. Can I just check with the main parties whether there is anything procedurally that they wish to raise? Mr. Hardy.
No, thank you.
Ms. Daly.
Just one practical point, which is that
Yes.
I understand that it's not possible to leave documents here overnight, which is something that someone may ask about later in the day.
Yes.
But given that the room's being used for
Sure.
other things,
Right. So
things do need to be moved.
what about storage within the council chambers, Ms. Daly, to avoid
Let-
people taking bulky boxes away?
Let me ask about that, sir. I'll get back
That
to
would be
you.
very helpful. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I've got a retiring room just off this corridor where I'll be leaving my box, and I won't be going in there after the inquiry is adjourned for the day. So I would have no objection to all the other parties putting boxes in there, if that helps.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Although,
I've got Mr. Hardy's back in mind.
As well as metaphoric.
although even transferring the number of boxes for the core documents is a bit of a chore. Would it be possible? I mean, I'm sure it'd be helpful if they could just be put in the boxes and left in the corner of this room if they wouldn't inconvenience the meetings in the evening.
I'll ask further on it.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Was that it?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Harding, procedurally from Jog?
No, I think that's fine. So I'm assuming I was asked that people would be able to join during the day in person, come in and out of the chamber.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Yeah, without any problem.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, that often happens.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Right, we're on to opening statements then. Mr. Hardy.
Apologies, sir. If we could just, Alex has got the note, so that I photocopied, so you've got a copy yourself.
Oh, right. Thank you. That's been seen. That's the letter. Thank you very much. Right, I'll look up.
Sorry, so I was just looking at this Hertfordshire
this is the letter that Mr. Harding referred to, isn't
yes, from the fire service. I've got no objection to it. Obviously, it's
quite brief, isn't it?
It's brief and it doesn't result in an objection. So I'm quite happy for that to come.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Hardy.
I've got that in writing. So it looks fearsomely long for opening submissions. I'm not going to read out everything, so it will be a little bit quicker than feared. Good. It is.
Mr. Hardy, make sure you cover all the crucial points, particularly as there are people who may not have a copy of this.
Yes. Given one copy to jog, and then certainly I'm happy.
But there are people at the back of the room as well.
I'm happy to email a copy too. I don't know whether the council is going to put submissions on the website, but people will be able to see that in due course. So it's agreed between the applicant and the council that planning permission should be granted. So council planning officer concluded that whilst there may be tension with some policies in the adopted development plan and the NPPF, there are also compelling reasons to justify the grant of planning permission in the Greenbelt. Planning committee members accepted their professional officer recommendation and resolved to grant planning permission. As has been made clear in the evidence, the applicant supports the officer's carefully articulated report and recommendation of the decision by elected members to approve the proposed development. So far as the applicant is concerned, the inquiry is about the acceptability of this solar array in the Greenbelt. It's principally about the impact of a visually contained solar farm on the visual component of openness. Whilst interested parties may raise a number of issues, all we say can be dealt with by way of planning condition or don't raise a material issue at all. There's an immediate and pressing need for deployment of renewable energy generating infrastructure across the UK, which is intrinsically linked to the legally binding obligations to reach net zero by 2050. Every council should seek to maximise renewable energy generation in its administrative area. And I break off there because paragraph 155 of the NPPF from last week has that change that you have indicated. That's principally about plans going forward. So it is a policy related requirement, but nevertheless, it's an articulation of what councils are expected to do.
Yes, and it makes a change, doesn't it, in terms of the potential renewal of proposals, because I think the point that you've made, Mr. Hardy, or sorry, the applicant has made, is that this would have a duration of 40 years.
Yes, correct. But there's also a requirement on councils to consider identifying areas suitable for renewable energy development, and the wording has slightly changed in the September 2023 version, but we can come back to that. The big point is councils should be seeking to maximise renewable energy generation. Proposed development would make a material and appreciable contribution to meeting the amended Climate Change 2008 targets. Central government has emphasised through national planning policy that continued deployment of solar farms and renewable energy technologies more generally are a key part of the UK's transition to achieving a low carbon economy, switching to carbon-free energy generation by 2035 and tackling climate change. May 2019, the central government formally declared a climate emergency. Swiftly followed this with publication of the Energy White Paper. That's December 2020, and publication of the Net Zero Strategy, October 21. Both emphasised the measures required to transition to low carbon energy generation by 2035. And those who've read the Energy White Paper will recall that large-scale solar was described as and it's a quote, a key building block in the transition. So that desire to achieve these goals, in part through the deployment of large-scale ground-mounted solar, is evident in recent decisions issued by the inspectors and the Secretary of State, including commercial-scale deployment in the Greenbelt. There's reference there to Cannon Barnes Road, and the appeal reference is given, and we say that that's a good example of how inspectors are now handling this balance. So in this case, based on the
Mr. Hardy, just remind me, is that a core document?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's Cannon Barnes Road, Chelmsford. It's referred to in a number of ways, but yes, it is.
Great, thanks.
So in this case, based on the evidence it will call, the applicant submits the harm caused to the Greenbelt by reason of inappropriateness, and any other harm is limited. The benefits flowing from the scheme, including renewable energy generation required to reduce carbon emissions and provide more energy security, ecological enhancements, and availability of suitable connection to the grid, are sufficiently great to clearly outweigh such harm. So as a result, the applicant argues that very special circumstances exist which would justify setting aside the usual presumption against allowing inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. So then Section 2, this just sets out the matters on which the Secretary of State needs to be informed. We can skip over that. Decision-making framework 3 sets out the development plan at the time of the determination. I don't need to read that out. And then the relevant development plan policies from the local plan are set out in paragraph 3.3. Again, we can skip over those and take them as read. The Wymondley Neighbourhood Development Plan, also we can take as read. And then paragraph 3.4, the following evidence-based documents are also considered to be relevant. That's the NHDC Landscape Study, the Hertfordshire Landscape Character Assessment, and then the North Hertfordshire Local Plan Greenbelt Review Update. Other material considerations then, the MPPF, and you'll see reference there to September 23, the chapters that are relevant, and the sections, paragraph 11, section 13, section 14, section 15, section 16, and then other documents relied on by the applicant include the planning practice guidance, the national policy statements, or the NPS as they're known, and draft replacement. Accepting, of course, this is not, they're not directly applicable. This is not an NSIP scheme, but they do helpfully show some current thinking from the government in relation to ground-borne solar. And then multiple energy related documents, all of which will be dealt with in the evidence. And can I just break off there too? I don't set those out in any more detail because nobody in the inquiry, including JOG, is contesting the general thrust of energy policy or the need to enhance renewable energy generation. Issues then on which the Secretary of State wishes to be informed, that's Greenbelt. So in policy terms, all solar farms are inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. Inappropriate development is by definition harmful to the Greenbelt, of course, shouldn't be approved except in very special circumstances. And those special circumstances will not exist unless the potential harm to the Greenbelt by reason of that policy inappropriateness and any other harm resulting from the proposed development is clearly outweighed by other considerations. So in terms of openness, the planning application concluded that there would be limited harm to the spatial and visual aspects of the Greenbelt resulting from a slight reduction in actual and perceived openness, no harm to the openness of the Greenbelt resulting from a permanent change in land use. There'd be no harm to the openness of the Greenbelt resulting from an increase in the degree of activity generated within the Greenbelt. So there will be a very limited reduction in the openness of the Greenbelt. Impacts on the openness, however, will be temporary, and they'll be commensurate with the limited life of the development. Purposes then of including land in the Greenbelt wouldn't result in the extension of a large built-up area, and given the distance and limited intervisibility from surrounding towns and villages, wouldn't conflict with the purpose of restraining unrestricted sprawl. There'd be no diminution of the purpose to prevent neighbouring towns from merging with each other. Thus, the proposed development accords with the first two purposes. The proposed development will introduce built development to a countryside location. However, the site adjoins the A1M and thus is in an area which is already degraded by urbanising influences. And I know you were out on site. We were out obviously on site yesterday, and it was clear that the impact of the road and traffic is there and evident. The proposed development is of a low height. It would sit within the landscape framework such that once the proposed mitigation planting is established, the proposed development would not be intrusive and an appreciation of the landscape as countryside would still be possible. Therefore, whilst the proposed development would introduce built development to a countryside location, having regard to the site's context and surrounding urbanizing features, the nature of the development and the mitigation proposed harms in terms of encroachment into the countryside is limited. The other two purposes, preserving special character of historic towns and assisting in urban regeneration, aren't relevant to the proposed development. So in short, it's really that the development in the open countryside that is the key purpose that I think we'll look at. So then we turn to other harm and landscape and visual. It's going to increase the influence of built development across the site, resulting in a moderate adverse effect. But the pattern of vegetation cover in the landscape around the site is such that existing tree belts and hedgerows would provide considerable screening, greatly reducing the overall extent over which the proposed development would be perceived as a new landscape characteristic. The effect on landscape character would not be substantial beyond the site boundary, with a moderate to minor adverse effect, which would not be significant. Therefore, we say it's reasonable to conclude that landscape harm would be limited. There'd be limited visibility of the proposed development due to its low height, existing screening around the site, the influence of landform. In the short term, major to moderate adverse visual effects would occur from parts of the Hertfordshire Way along the northern boundary of the northern part of the site, and from that part of Gravely Lane, which passes between the northern and southern parts of the site. From each of the routes, the adverse visual effects relate to where there are gaps in the existing boundary vegetation. In the long term, once the proposed mitigation planting is established, those visual effects would reduce and would be no greater than moderate to minor adverse from a limited number of locations in close proximity to the site. Therefore, again, we say it's reasonable to conclude that visual harm is limited. Heritage. Well, no designated heritage assets within the site. There are no direct impacts upon designated heritage assets. In the case of the proposed development, the potential for harm upon designated heritage assets relates solely to potential impacts on their settings. Assessment of harm resulting from impacts upon the setting relates to whether a change would adversely affect those attributes or elements of a designated asset that contribute to or give it its significance, resulting in change for the worse. So the heritage assessment confirms that the application site is very limited into visibility with designated heritage assets within the surrounding 2-kilometre study area, as demonstrated on the updated plan showing ZTVs in relation to designated heritage assets. I think that's CD 107. However, the potential impacts of the proposed development on the setting of heritage assets aren't limited to matters of visibility, and an understanding of the historic relationship between places is important in understanding the way in which assets are experienced in their settings. So in order to comply with the statutory obligation in section 66 of the 1990 Act, heritage policy obligations contained in part 16 of the framework and relevant adopted development local plan policies, the heritage assessment gives detailed consideration to the anticipated impact of the proposed development on the settings of 4 groups of heritage assets. So that's the grade 2 listed Gravely Hall Farm and associated structures, grade 2 style listed St Mary's Church, the Great Wymondley Conservation Area, including designated heritage assets with it, and then the scheduled monument of Wymondley Priory with associated structures. The assessment concluded the proposed development is likely to cause less than substantial harm to the settings of all of those assets in terms of the framework. An archaeological geophysical gradiometry survey undertaken across 85 hectares within the site identified 3 concentrations of anomalies of archaeological interest. The areas of archaeological interest were spatially constrained, covered only 10 hectares of the site, with relatively large areas containing no anomalies of definite archaeological origin. Accordingly, following consultation with the North Hertfordshire Council Historic Environment Advisor, an archaeological mitigation strategy was proposed. That is detailed within the draft.
Mr. Hardy, just
Yes.
one moment. The gentleman at the back. Are you having difficulty hearing? Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I certainly can, if that's helpful.
Fair, I think that's a fair point, Mr. Hardy. we have got plenty of time. So yeah, and if people haven't got copies,
then I
it
will
would assist, I think.
slow down slightly. So there was a consultation with the North Hertfordshire Council Historic Environment Advisor and an archaeological mitigation strategy was proposed. That strategy is detailed within a draft written scheme of investigation, or WSI, which includes provision for preserving in situ any remains located within the 3 discrete areas of archaeological anomaly via implementation of what are called no-dig solutions, so no digging in the ground, and undertaking a program of archaeological trial trench evaluation to ensure preservation by record within the remainder of the site. So with the implementation of that archaeological mitigation strategy, we say that harm to archaeology would be limited. So I next turn to ecology. The site doesn't form part of any statutory designated site for nature conservation. There are 7 statutorily designated sites of national importance located within 5 kilometres. And the closest is Purwell Meadows Local Nature Reserve. That's about 1.4 kilometres to the north. There are no internationally designated sites within 10 kilometres of the site. And there are 19 non-statutorily designated sites present within approximately 2 kilometres of the site, the closest being the Gravely Hall Farm Local Wildlife Site, which is 350 metres east from the site. Whilst the application site lies within a site of special scientific interest impact risk zone, solar schemes of less than 50 megawatts are not listed on the qualifying criteria, whereby the council would be required to consult Natural England. No direct effect on habitats within any statutory or non-statutory designated sites due to the distances involved, the nature of the proposed development, and the absence of impact pathways. Indirect effects avoided through the implementation of standard good practice in respect of drainage and pollution prevention and runoff control measures during the construction and operation of the proposed development. The main habitat within the application site comprises intensively managed arable land, which is of low ecological value. Field boundary features include woodlands, hedgerows and ditches. Whilst these features potentially support a more diverse range of species, the solar array has been designed to avoid them, with a minimum 12-metre buffer proposed containing species-rich grassland. Direct loss of habitat would be small and would comprise entirely low ecological value arable land, which is widely present in the local landscape. Impacts from construction on protected and notable species will be avoided through standard mitigation measures, which can be secured through planning condition and which will ensure compliance with nature protection legislation, which is primarily the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981. The proposed development is likely to displace a small number of crop nesting birds. However, impacts on local populations are considered likely to be negligible, and the habitat gains incorporated into the proposed development will provide a substantially improved foraging resource for such species using the surrounding farmland. If I can just break off there, sir. So the evidence that's come in from the third party has been rather broken up, as you know, and there was the late request for Rule 6 status. The evidence from Mrs. Hamilton has been looked at carefully. And I should say that I was involved in another solar inquiry near Hemel Hempstead, where both the representative from the CPRE and Mrs. Hamilton gave evidence. That's about a month ago. And the evidence that they gave at that inquiry, unsurprisingly, is and there's no criticism intended, is very similar to the evidence that's given here. And As a result of, I think, an evolving position, Mrs. Hamilton takes a position in relation to skylarks in particular. So we've given that careful thought. And whilst we don't think there is a problem anyway, in order to provide reassurance, we've worked at a skylark mitigation strategy, which effectively is secured by foraging plots. And we'll come to it with Mrs. Hamilton. I know she's not here today. She's on holiday. I think is coming next week. But there is a method for calculating the number of skylark foraging plots. That depends on the number of pairs. And so a condition, if this is what Mrs. Hamilton is going to say, I think she is, and if it's the same as at the scheme called Boxstead, it will get to a point where she says there needs to be a skylark mitigation strategy. We've preempted that in this case, if that is what she is saying, and we will in due course be proposing a skylark mitigation condition. And I can confirm that those skylark foraging plots are within blue land, so in land wholly owned or under the control of the applicant, and therefore conditions would be appropriate. So I raise it now. Mrs. Hamilton's not here. We're going to get into ecology a week on Tuesday, I think it is, but I am expecting her to get to a position of saying that a skylark mitigation strategy would be required. I can also happily say that at the other inquiry, once she was seen the condition there, she was happy with that and believed that that complied with the methodology for skylark mitigation. So I think that's where we'll end up with skylarks. Back to my text, and skylark, you'll know from the papers that in the background document, skylarks are the one species that are singled out. So other birds are not seen to be displaced or self-harm, but there is a particular issue with skylarks in relation to them breeding within the fence of solar arrays. Back to my text then. Large majority of breeding bird species will benefit substantially from habitat improvements. No local populations of other protected or notable species are anticipated to be negatively impacted. The habitat creation and associated biodiversity net gain that will accompany the proposed development has been reassessed using the latest DEFRA biodiversity net gain calculator metric version 4, and then the figures are given. These are significant positive gains that should be given significant weight. So overall, no significant harm to nature conservation as a result of the proposed development, but there would be significant positive biodiversity gain. Transport. Traffic generation during the solar farm's operational phase would be minimal, limited to maintenance engineers in small vans and agricultural access for sheep grazing and or mowing.
Mr. Hardy, I think your speed's just picking up again a bit.
Traffic generation during the solar farm's operational phase would be minimal and limited to maintenance engineers in small vans and agricultural access for sheep grazing and or mowing. So the level of trip generation associated with the construction stage of the proposed development wouldn't be significant in terms of the highway network capacity and would only take place over a limited and temporary period. So overall, both in construction and in operation, we say the transport related harm would be limited. Next then to agricultural land. So the application site contains grades 2, 32%, and 3A, 68% agricultural land. As a result, classified as best and most versatile or BMV land. Proposed development is a temporary form of development, and the majority of land beneath the solar panels would remain in agricultural use through sheep grazing for that 40-year life. And after that, it would be returned to full agricultural use following decommissioning. It's also recognised in the appeal decisions referenced above that removing land from intensive agricultural use for the life of the solar farm would improve soil health by increasing the organic matter in the soil and improving soil structure and drainage. BMV land then wouldn't be permanently lost. And agricultural activities would continue throughout the operational period, and full agricultural use would be recommenced following decommissioning. So there may be limited harm associated with temporary loss of versatility and function, but there'll be long-term benefits to soil health, soil structure, carbon sequestration. So overall, the applicant considers there to be no harm to best and most versatile land. Last topic then, flood risk. So the majority of the application site lies in flood zone 1, low probability of flooding. The only exception is a section of the grid connection route that passes through flood zone 3 in the centre of Little Wymondley. This would be a buried cable, and as such would not be at risk of flooding or increasing the risk of flooding elsewhere. The Environment Agency set out that excavations from cable trenches shouldn't be stored for a long period in the flood area, and that the FRA was updated accordingly. As such, the construction works wouldn't increase flood risk elsewhere. Small parts of the application site identified as being at risk from surface water flow pathways from adjacent ditches. However, all sensitive infrastructure would be located outside of these areas, and surface water depths would be greater than 300 mil. As such, the proposed development would not be at risk of flooding. The analysis of the proposed drainage strategy demonstrates that the implementation of land management measures, in addition to the surface water drainage scheme for the access tracts and associated hard standing, and the overland flow strategy for the greenfield part of the site occupied by the solar panels, would ensure that the proposed development would not increase and would actually reduce downstream flood risk compared to the present day pre-development situation. Proposed development would provide betterment over the current situation and would reduce peak flow for the present day 1 in 30 AEP rainfall event. That's clearly illustrated by the hydrographs that we've included in the technical note at figure 11 in CD 31. As such, the modelling demonstrates that the risk of flooding downstream for events up to and including the 1 in 30 AEP events would be significantly reduced and would comply with the MPPF, local policies, and the local lead flood authority requirements. So there'll be no harm to risk of flooding downstream. So that's all the harm side. So the equation benefits, the other considerations relied on by the applicant to outweigh that harm. They're listed. So significant national need to reduce carbon emissions, the urgent national need for renewable energy generation, significant local need to deliver on North Hertfordshire's declaration of a climate emergency, significant constraint posed by the extent of the existing Greenbelt and AONB designations within North Hertfordshire, wider environmental benefits, including significant biodiversity net gain, reversibility of the proposed development, and then number 7, the availability of the grid connection at Wymondley. And that's an important point because this scheme is going to get built. It can be delivered. It's not just something that's a nice to have. So there is immediate deliverability of the proposed development in the context that North Hertfordshire hasn't consented a commercial scale renewable energy scheme since 2015. I've then got some following sections in relation to consistency with policies. The first of those relates to climate change and flooding. And a lot of this is a repeat of what I said under the topic. So in short, we say this scheme is consistent with policies on climate change and flooding. We say at paragraph 433 onwards, it's consistent with policies for conserving and enhancing the natural environment. Paragraph 438 onwards is about consistency with development plan policies. And unsurprisingly, we say the lead issue in this case is compliance with the Greenbelt policy. And that has been dealt with already in these opening submissions under the topic of Greenbelt as set out in the MPPF. Paragraph 4.39 of my text, we've got reference to policy NE12 of the local plan, and that relates to renewable and low carbon energy. I think we can take that as read. The other policies I list paragraph 440 onwards, and we get to paragraph 445, which is drawing all of those policy strands together. The proposed development accords with Greenbelt policy and as a result accords with the development plan when read as a whole. And as a result, the proposed development benefits from the statutory presumption in favour of development plan compliant development. And can I say that it seems to me in a just off the text, it seems to me in a case like this that it's all about Greenbelt, because you do see some analyses where you have Greenbelt as a topic, and then you look at heritage and landscape and transport separately, and somehow those are melded together. Whereas it seems to me here, those can all be taken into account under the other harm. So you have the harm by reason of inappropriateness, and then the other harms are all collected together. And effectively, with that Greenbelt equation, it's all or nothing. If you win, you win. And you don't need to, because all of those other harms have been taken into account. And if you lose, then the Greenbelt equation is against you. So in other words, it's not Greenbelt and then separate equations on all those other topics. It seems to me the other harm encompasses, you have to look at them discreetly, but you have to look at the landscape amount of harm, the heritage harm, the transport harm, the ecology harm, but they all need to go into the Greenbelt equation because the harm's got to be clearly outweighed. So then quickly, then, in relation to concluding remarks, it's in the Greenbelt and really repeating harm caused by that inappropriateness, and that other harm we say is clearly outweighed. And those other considerations in paragraph 5.2 are effectively the climate change requirements. Paragraph 5.3, National Grid's ESO's future energy scenarios make it very clear that development of solar PV and other renewable energy sources needs to be accelerated to achieve a net zero target by 2050. We are behind. And in paragraph 5.5, at a local level, North Hertfordshire generates about 10% of energy requirements from renewable sources. They haven't consented a commercial scale renewable energy project since 2015, or so we think. So if the council and the government are serious about their commitment to tackling climate change, then actions required now to dramatically alter the current path of future greenhouse gas emissions within the district. And to the credit of the council, that's exactly what it's seeking to do in this case. It wants to grant consent, and absolutely, we see that it is taking this the obligation seriously. So 5.8 is all I need to read. The other bits are statistics. It's well located. We say it will make a significant contribution towards meeting renewable energy objectives. Given the applicant is able to show that very special circumstances exist, then the applicant will in due course respectfully submit that the Secretary of State should agree with and endorse the recommendation made by professional planning officers at the council. And of course, in due course, we'll be respectfully requesting that you, sir, recommend to the Secretary of State that that's exactly what happens. So those are my opening submissions. I'm going to take instructions, if I may, on the two questions that you wanted clarity from me. But if I do that in the short break on the red line and the location of the building, just to make sure I've got that right. So if I can come back to you on that, that would be helpful.
Of course, yes. I think probably we can continue with other opening.
Oh, of course, yeah. Thank you.
And come back to that. Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Just before we do, can I just got an IT query to check on the screen where above where it says delegate number, where it says North Hertfordshire District Council, is that supposed to indicate which party is speaking? Because
I think that's just a blanket.
We're
trying to change the names, but it's not working.
Right, okay.
Where it says delegate 8, it should say Inspector Clegg, and it should have said Hardy.
Mr. Hardy, yes.
We're struggling at the moment. So.
Right, I was just concerned that it was giving the impression that it was North Hertfordshire who was speaking when it wasn't. But I think that just appears.
In normal terms, it should say who's speaking when their mic is on, but we're trying to figure that one out.
Okay, right. Thanks. Thank you. Ms. Daly, it's your turn next. Thank you, Ms. Daly. When you're ready, Ms Taylor, please.
Thank you. So by means of introduction, the application proposal seeks consent for the construction of a solar array with associated battery storage containers and ancillary development, including means of access and grid connection cable in the Greenbelt, at land to the north and south of Gravelly Lane, between Great Wymondley to the west and the A1M to the east. Following consideration of the application by the Council's Planning Control Committee on the 17th of November of last year, members, in accordance with the recommendation of the officer's report, resolved to approve the application and grant permission subject to conditions. The application was subsequently referred to the Secretary of State in accordance with provisions of the Town and Country Planning Direction 2021 on the basis of its status as inappropriate development in and its impact on the Greenbelt. On the 26th of May of this year, the Secretary of State issued a direction under Section 77 of the 1990 Act that the application be referred to him instead of being determined by the Council. At this call and inquiry, the Council continues to support the proposal and will in due course invite the Secretary of State to grant planning permission for the development. The Council's reasons for supporting the proposal will be addressed by Mr Michael Robinson, who will provide evidence on planning matters and the overall planning balance. And Sir, the opening submissions set out an overview of the Council's case, and they are structured having regard to your initial identification of the main issues, although I think in most instances I have taken into account the today's revisions. So turning then to the first main issue, the effect of the application proposal on the Greenbelt. There's no dispute between the parties that the application proposal represents inappropriate development. As national planning policy acknowledges at paragraph 151, elements of many renewable energy projects will comprise inappropriate development. Paragraph 151 goes on to state that developers will need to demonstrate very special circumstances if projects are to proceed, which may include the wider environmental benefits associated with increased production of energy from renewable sources. There is therefore no in-principle objection on the part of national policy to renewable energy projects in the Greenbelt, but as with all inappropriate development, they are required to meet the exacting requirement of the very special circumstances test. As the evidence of Mr Robinson will explain, the impact of the application proposal in relation to the Greenbelt will cause harm both to the openness and the purposes of the Greenbelt, to which the Council attributes substantial negative weight. In this regard, the Council's position is not wholly consistent with that of the applicant in terms of the nature and extent of harm. The Council judges that the proposal will give rise to significant harm to the openness of the Greenbelt, both in spatial and visual terms. Although this would not be permanent, and in respect of visual impact would diminish over time as planting is established, it would persist for a significant period. The Council attributes limited weight to the temporary nature of the proposal in the context of Greenbelt harm. As Mr Robinson's evidence explains, the impact of the proposal as regards the purposes of the Greenbelt is judged to constitute limited harm to purpose A, i.e. to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, and purpose B, to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another, and significant harm to purpose C, to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. The applicant's assessment is that the level of harm to openness is lesser, and that the harm to purposes is restricted to purpose C and is limited in nature. Notwithstanding the different views taken by the Council and the applicant as regards the impacts of the proposal on the Greenbelt, for the reasons that will be explained, both parties agree that very special circumstances exist such that the harm to the Greenbelt and any other harm is clearly outweighed. In terms of the implications of the proposal for meeting the challenge of climate change, as Mr Robinson will explain, at a national level, there's a pressing need for a very substantial rollout of renewable power generation schemes of all kinds in order to meet the legally binding national target set by the Climate Change Act as amended to achieve net zero by 2050 and address the challenge of climate change. As the British Energy Security Strategy states, government expects a 5-fold increase in solar deployment by 2035, with the current approximate capacity being 14 gigawatts. A very substantial increase in solar development will be required to meet this expectation. Having regard to the applicant's assessment that it would produce the equivalent of the electricity demand from approximately 31% of the homes within the Council's administrative area, the Council considers that this development would make a very significant contribution to providing energy from a renewable source. At a local level, the council declared a climate emergency in 2019 and has set itself the ambitious target of achieving a net zero carbon district by 2040, 10 years earlier than the national target. Despite receiving high levels of solar radiation and solar farms thus being a reliable source of renewable energy, North Hearts presently only has 2 consented modest solar farms within the district, generating between them a maximum of 11 megawatts. It has consented no solar farm development since 2015. The proposal will thus provide electricity that will make a sizable contribution to meeting the council's local needs and net zero target, as well as contributing towards national energy security and meeting the national net zero carbon target. Council's case, therefore, is that the proposal is strongly supported by national and local policy regarding the deployment of renewable energy, and that very substantial and substantial positive weight should be accorded to its contribution towards renewable energy generation at a national level and meeting local needs respectively. In terms of the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the area, dealing first with landscape and visual impacts, the council commissioned expert advice from the Landscape Partnership to review the applicant's LVIA and to inform its views as to the landscape and visual impacts of the proposal. As explained in the evidence of Mr. Robinson, although there are some differences between the conclusions of the assessment undertaken by the Landscape Partnership and the applicant, the findings are in broad alignment, with the council tending to consider that there would be a somewhat higher level of adverse impact than the applicant. Specifically, the council's view is that the proposal would result in moderate to major adverse impacts at the site and local scale in landscape character terms, and that improvements to the landscape character area would be achieved following decommissioning due to landscape mitigation measures. As for visual impacts, the council considers that significant adverse effects would occur in respect of views from part of the Hertfordshire Way and to the south of Great Wymondley in the early years of the operation of the development, but that these would be effectively mitigated through planting, such that the medium to long-term effects would not be significant. The council considers that the landscape impacts would be localised. Overall, the council concurs with the view taken by Mr. Hoyle on behalf of the applicant that the adverse landscape character and visual impacts of the proposal should be given moderate negative weight in the planning balance. In finding landscape harm caused by the proposal, the council considers that this gives rise to some conflict with policy NE2 of the local plan, which seeks to avoid unacceptable harm to landscape character and appearance. In terms of heritage impacts, the council and the applicant agree that the proposal would give rise to less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale to a number of local designated heritage assets through development within their setting, and I set out the agreed list from the Statement of Common Ground. The council also identified that negligible harm would arise in respect of the Gravely Conservation Area in the officer's report. In reaching a judgment that the impact on designated heritage assets would constitute less than substantial harm, the council has followed the advice provided by Historic England. Given its status as a statutory consultee and its specialist role in heritage matters, its views should be given considerable weight and only departed from for cogent and compelling reasons. The concerns raised by Mr. Jackson and the Joint Objectors Group as regards the impact of the proposal on designated heritage assets must be viewed in this context. There's no reason to depart from the advice of Historic England in this case. With regard to the impact of the scheme on archaeology, the council recognises that the site, in the light of the conclusions of the applicant's geophysical survey and the advice received by the Hertfordshire County Council Archaeological Advisor, has high potential for significant archaeological remains. The council, on the advice of the HCC advisor, is content that the mitigation strategy put forward by the applicant and to be secured by condition, which includes substantial no-dig areas in the locations of high potential and a commitment to post-determination trial trenching in parts of the remainder of the site, is appropriate and accords with relevant national and local policy. Turning then to the planning balance and dealing first with benefits and harms. With regard to harm, beyond the adverse impacts that I've already identified in relation to the green belt, landscape and visual impact and heritage matters, the council considers that harm arises in respect of the use of best and most versatile agricultural land for the development. As Mr. Robinson will explain, although the proposal will not result in the loss of BMV land, given that the proposed conditions secure sheep grazing during the operation of the development, the loss of productivity or flexibility in terms of agricultural production should attract negative weight in the balance. In relation to benefits, beyond the very substantial and substantial positive weight attributed to the contribution made to renewable energy generation in general and in North Hart specifically, the Council also considers that positive weight should be attributed to the economic and energy security benefits, significant weight of the proposal, biodiversity net gain, moderate weight, and just pausing there, sir, in relation to your identification of biodiversity and ecology as a main issue, the Council is attributing positive moderate weight because it accepts that there will be a biodiversity net gain arising from the development. In relation to Mr. Hardy's suggestion regarding a skylark mitigation strategy condition, the Council will consider any wording that comes forward in due course and provide a view on that. Continuing with the benefits, one further benefit is the achievement of betterment to local drainage and flood risk, subject to the imposition of a suitable planning condition, to which the Council attributes limited positive weight, and the introduction of new permissive footpaths for the duration of the operation of the development, to which the Council attracts minor positive weight. In terms of the heritage balance, paragraph 202 of the NPPF identifies that less than substantial harm to identified heritage assets must be weighed against the public benefits of development proposals. The Council's case here is that the public benefits are cumulatively of sufficient weight to outweigh the low level of less than substantial harm. In terms of very special circumstances, the Council considers that the impact of the proposal on the Greenbelt would be substantial and harmful, even though it would not be permanent. However, in this case, the Council considers that the Greenbelt harm, taken together with the other harms identified, is clearly outweighed by the public benefits, taken as a whole, but with particular regard to the climate change context and the need to accelerate deployment of renewable energy generation at a national and local scale. The effect of this is that it is the Council's view that the exacting requirement of the very special circumstances test is met on this occasion. Whether the application proposal is overall in accordance with the development plan, the Council's view is that the proposal gives rise to some conflict with policy NE2 of the local plan and Wymanley Neighbourhood Plan Policy GB1 in respect of landscape and greenbelt matters, but that it otherwise accords with the relevant policies of the development plan. Taking the development plan as a whole and considering the limited policy conflict, the Council's case is that the development is in accordance with the development plan and that material considerations do not indicate that permission should not be granted. So to conclude, for the reasons that I've summarised and set out more fully in Mr. Robinson's evidence, it will be the Council's case that the application should be granted consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Mr. Harding, how long do you think you need for your opening statement? Okay. In that case, I'm going to take a break now, and that Mr. Hardy, that will give you the opportunity to consider those points that I raised.
Yes, it will.
And Ms. Harding, if you could at this juncture just have a quick word with somebody from the council about the video presentation that we raised earlier. So we'll take 10 minutes, please.
Can I just raise one?
Sorry, Mr. Hardy.
These are important matters, practical point really, and that is the availability of coffee or lunch. Is there somewhere in the, I don't know, is there a cafeteria in the council? No. Yeah, just a very quick, is that going to be possible in 15 minutes to get a cup of, if not, then that's fine, but we just want to know what the lie of the land is.
Mr. Greaves.
There are coffee machines on the ground floor. There is a breakout area. It's not a cafe, but there are machines there. There's also a facility just outside here to the left, a little kitchen where you can make coffee, although I'm not sure we've got any milk, I'm afraid.
And Mr. Greaves, are those facilities available for everybody?
Yes, they are, sir. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
That cover your point, Mr. Hardy?
Yes, I mean the choice seems to be a kind of vending machine or do it yourself. So I've got my answer. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Well, perhaps given the time, people have to familiarise themselves with the arrangements. We'll take 15 minutes. Inquiries adjourned. Resume at 11:45. Thank you. Are we okay? Right, I'll turn to Mr. Harding in a moment
Okay.
for the opening statements on behalf of JOG. Just before I do, I overheard a remark about the numbering of inquiry documents that have obviously already started to come in. I think we've got 4 so far. As I mentioned earlier, we have got a section on the core documents library specifically for that. So my suggestion would be, rather than devise another form of numbering, we simply continue with the continuous numbering, which I think at the moment is up to CD 196. So start, if there's any additional numbers need to be left for that, they can be, and perhaps start at CD 200 and just work on from there. Okay. Mr. Harding, are you?
Is everyone ready? Yeah, I'm ready.
So-
Yeah.
So I don't know whether you wanted me to
Um,
respond on your questions about the plans now, or I can do that after the third parties. I don't mind.
I think I'd like to hear Mr. Harding first, Mr. Harding.
Absolutely,
Then I'll
yeah.
come back to you. Mr. Harding.
Right. Well, good morning. And by way of introduction, thank you, sir, for the opportunity to speak today. And I'm very pleased to present my opening statement on behalf of the Joint Objectors Group, which consists of the Great Wymley Village Association and the Wymley Parish Council. We are extremely grateful for your agreement, sir, and indeed your encouragement, might I say, to allow us to appear and to take a full part in this inquiry as a Rule 6 party. We do appreciate the unusual circumstances, as both the applicant and the council are on the same side. It is therefore so important that you are able to hear our point of view on the significant and unacceptable impacts that the proposal will have upon the parish and our community. I do also recognise that we are not professionals at the inquiry process, and that with legal counsel acting for both the other parties, there might be some frustrations felt. So please bear with us, Mr. Hardy and Miss Daly, as we put our case forward, that I hope will give the inspector an important other dimension to this application as he makes his decision based on the facts before him. We're also, of course, most grateful to the Secretary of State for deciding to call the application in and set out the clear criteria for the inquiry. We believe that having done so, he's enabled the application to receive the level of governance that its scale and impact deserves, and that we felt was lacking in the council process. So by way of qualifications and background, so to start with maybe a little about me, I'm Paul Harding. I'm a resident of Great Wymley, have been since 1982, and together with my wife, who grew up in Little Wymley, have brought up our 3 children in the village, benefiting and enjoying the rural environment whilst being close to schools and facilities in the local towns. I have been and continue to be an active member of the community, having served on the parish council for 10 years in the 1990s as vice chair, and again over the past year as chair of the planning committee. In addition, I've been a church warden at the Grade 1 listed St Mary's Church for the past 20 years. And as a family, we've fully engaged in the activities of our lively community through the Village Association. In my professional life, I hold a degree in estate management and am a fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. The inspiration of my chosen profession being very strongly my grandfather, who was surveyor and engineer to the Hitchin Rural District Council for over 30 years. The majority of my professional life, I practiced in real estate as an equity partner of Bernard Thorpe's, evolving into an international director at DTZ, now Cushman and Wakefield. I worked for major institutional government clients on the development, property and asset management of major shopping centres and commercial portfolios across the UK and Europe, giving me a very significant insight into the intricacies developing major landmark buildings that provide a commercial return, but also meet the needs and aspirations of the communities in which they are set. I took great pride in developing a strong emphasis on sustainability and customer service across my team of some 1,500, creating major differentiators to our business. I retired abruptly 7 years ago to be a full-time carer of my wife, who suffered catastrophic results of an illness. So moving on now to the matters to be addressed, the Secretary of State, in ordering this inquiry, is clear that he wanted a number of key points to be carefully reviewed, specifically being the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with the government policies for Greenbelt, meeting the challenge of climate change, conserving and enhancing the natural environment, and consistency with a development plan for the area. We will therefore, as a joint objectors group, focus our evidence on these areas, raising other pertinent matters as appropriate. By way of background, we would wish to say at the outset that as a community, we are firm supporters of sustainable forms of electricity generation. And in terms of solar generation, related to residential, commercial, and agricultural building rooftops, and previously developed land, as well as closed landfill sites, for example, such as Ockenden in Essex, as well as the innovative solutions that are emerging, such as car park canopies, as has been done by Newcastle City Council. It is indeed an exciting and rapidly changing industry with major steps forward in technology, which I'm pleased to keep up with through my son, who works in the solar industry in Cornwall. The reasons we strongly oppose this application is its enormous scale, 88 hectares, some 108 football pitches, or 218 acres. It is greenbelt land with views across it, close to villages with important heritage assets, and taking all important archaeologically rich grade 2 and grade 3 best and most versatile agricultural land. The importance of the land as greenbelt and the community's support for it is enshrined in the local plan, finally adopted in 2022, and the Wymley Neighbourhood Plan, adopted previously in 2018. In representing the concerns of the Joint Objectors Group, we will introduce one expert witness, Mr. Jed Griffiths, here on my left, and 3 further witnesses who are concerned local residents, 2 from the village of Great Wymley and 1 Hertfordshire resident who is assisting us with specialist knowledge of the natural environment, wildlife and biodiversity, and one who has clearly met Mr. Hardy before. With your agreement, sir, I will introduce these witnesses at the appropriate time in your timetable, and we'll also add a further 2 witnesses who we will name over the next day or so in relation to transport and flood risk. We have carefully reviewed all of the documents from the applicant and the council and will reference them as appropriate. Our overriding observation, though, is that whilst very many policy clauses are referred to, there is a complete lack of sensible overview or test of reasonableness being applied. In addition, they make scant reference to people, ignoring the community that the proposals will affect. We simply ask, sir, for that measure of reasonableness and fairness to be applied to this application. Is it reasonable to harness a parish with 0.8% of North Hert's population with the production of 31% of the energy needs of North Hert's homes? In the overall planning balance act, please take the social impact into account as well as the physical context. After all, every corporate and public realm decision should now be considered in the context of ESG, environmental impacts, social impacts, and correct governance. These are interwoven in decision-making, not independent of each other. So in summary, our objection is based on the scale of what is proposed, its location in Greenbelt, the use of BMV agricultural land, and the close proximity to exceptional heritage assets, leading to severe impacts and harm to the local community. Turning now to the main harm of Greenbelt, Mr. Griffiths, as our expert witness, will introduce the significance of the proposed use of 88 hectares of land designated as Greenbelt in the North Herts core strategy, serving the 5 purposes of the Greenbelt noted in the NPPF. The map taken from the local plan, with the additions of the 2 proposed solar arrays around Wymondley and highlighting the large area already taken by the substation, really emphasises the vital role that the Greenbelt plays and the severe impact this development will have on its functions. And I've brought the map with me and blown it up here. I'm not sure whether it's going to be seen, but I will just reference to it at the end of this this section that I'll read out. Wymondley Parish serves a practically vital role, sitting as it does between the towns of Stevenage, Hitchin and Letchworth, and the open land within the parish forms the all-important separation of these 3 towns. We believe that the context of the North Herts local plan is very important into realising why retaining this Greenbelt land is so important. North Herts is under significant pressure on housing allocations. And so in the recently finally adopted plan, it is proposed that an additional 13 houses are located in the district, including doubling the size of Little Wymondley, with 312 homes on previous Greenbelt land, and some 5,500 homes roughly on land expanding the north edge of Stevenage, Hitchin and Letchworth, as well as another 5,000 homes west of Stevenage adjoining the parish to be brought through in due course. If you add to this the demand, the 2 proposed solar farms subject to this application and Spurby Hill Redcoats, the green lung of the Greenbelt's open agricultural land almost disappears between the towns, creating effective coalescence. Now, I just can show that in this, you can see this plan here. Unfortunately, on this screen, you see on the screen, that's right in the way of the plan. Can you make that go away?
Should we move the board?
Have to move the board. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. No, that's made it worse. Other way back, you've got to go back. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's yeah. That's about it. I'm not sure we can really see this, but I think it is important to just put it in that wider context that here are the 3 towns of Hitchin, Letchworth and Stevenage. You've got Baldock over there. Here's Great Wymondley there and Little Wymondley here. And area there is the absolute key part of the Greenbelt that stops this coalescence between the 3 major towns. The housing developments, see, Stevenage is coming out to virtually meeting Chesterfield and Gravely to there. Little Wymondley is doubling in its size, and then you see the developments on the edge of both Hitchin and Letchworth. The result of that, when you add the solar farms here and here, and you see vividly the scale of the transformer substation, is that there is virtually then no land whatsoever left between these areas, which is open agricultural, visually open land. So that I think is a very important point when considering to view them in the context of the wider local plan. It should also be recognised that these two applications are only part of a proliferation of ground-mounted solar applications across Hertfordshire, all potentially impacting the greenbelt, agriculture and open settings of communities. We believe that the cumulative effect of all of these developments should be seriously considered by this inquiry, as outlined in Mr. Berry's statement that you received on behalf of the CPRE. Mr. Griffiths will present evidence identifying the relevance of the appropriate legislation regarding Greenbelt. He will describe how the principles of the Greenbelt are seriously jeopardized by this proposal, and will describe and the context for demonstrating of the very special circumstances necessary to outweigh clearly the harm caused by the inappropriate development. If I now move on to development plans, again, this will be covered by Mr. Griffiths as our expert. He will make reference to the Wymley Neighbourhood Plan, which the Parish Council and Neighbourhood Plan Group put together with great care and effort, and which was adopted in 2018. There's a couple of quotes which I think are particularly relevant to reflecting on the thoughts and views of the residents. In 7.4, the government attaches great importance to greenbelts, as do the Wymley parishioners. Illustrated 92% of survey respondents indicating that they objected to any development on greenbelt land within or surrounding the parish. It is clearly the primary issue of concern to Wymley parishioners, and one which should significantly influence our development proposals. And 7.5, we strongly support those elements of the government's greenbelt policy which are particularly relevant to our parish, given its close proximity to the nearby towns of Hitchin and Stevenage. Designating land as greenbelt purposely to prevent the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another, and assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. Mr. Griffiths will, of course, also make significant reference to the local plan, which was finally adopted in the latter part of 2022. And it is, of course, with great regret to us that this application is having to be considered without the ability to reference a district-wide net zero generation, energy generation policy that would have had proper consultation and consideration of options. Our newly appointed district councillor, Dominic Griffiths, no relation to our expert, has raised this matter with councillors and officers, and is seeking early action to put a policy in place, rather than rely on the current reactive approach and the minimal guidance offered by clause NE12 of the local plan. Indeed, it is encouraging to see that the newly released NPPF, which you've referenced to, sir, updates also envisage that councils will have policies in place. A scheme of this magnitude should not be considered ahead of a policy actually being adopted. So if I now move on to openness and visibility, the openness of the land and its role in the setting of the historic conservation area of Great Wymley are of great importance. The open countryside views are the very essence of our village and community. Mr. Griffiths will evidence will introduce these linked issues of landscape quality and character as they impact upon the countryside and community. As a rural location in the southeast of England, we have to accept and acknowledge an element of disturbance due to the infrastructure of the country. Yes, the A1M passes by us, following the route of the old Great North Road. The main London to Edinburgh Railway also passes through the parish, partially visible and part in a cutting. And of course, we house, I've said, the electricity substation on the edge of Little Wymley. These are not, however, a reason to write off our landscape and open views, and neither are they reason to assume that it makes the parish a natural home for even more infrastructure. The general sense we have had is that an assumption is made that some planting will substantially obscure the scale of the solar array. This is simply not the case. Not only will planting take a long time to mature to fulfill its purposes, but it will help very little in protecting views from further away. It will also have the negative impact of closing down the open views that are so enjoyed now. Ultimately, people are not static. You just can't hide 218 acres. As you will see, sir, when you visit the site, it is a vast area. This open landscape will be lost for 40 years, and the industrialization of the area, not only with the 160,000 panels, some 3 meters above the ground, but the 47 buildings, 7.8 kilometers of fencing, and the 2.1 kilometers of roadway. The scale of the proposals will cast a shadow over the setting of our village and its residents. Contrary to the various documents on visibility, the solar array will be visible from homes in the parish, as well as substantial views from footpaths used by many from the villages and local towns, including the footpath by the railway bridge on Arch Road to Little Wymley, footpath from Little Wymley Priory Lane to Great Wymley, and of course the much used Hertfordshire Way. As woodland and hedgerows are almost all deciduous, the situation that the applicant's experts have seen on their visits in June and July this year is much worse in the winter months when they lose their leaves. The site is also viewed from the Chiltern Area of Outstanding National Beauty, so diminishing the setting of the ONB, as we will show. The impact will be even greater if our MP Bim Afolomi's campaign to increase the AONB is successful to the Preston area and beyond. I now turn to agricultural land. Mr. Griffiths will also identify the significance of the agricultural land proposed to be used for the development, which, as has been said, is 32% grade 2 and 68% grade 3A. Whilst it is appreciated that we do have a climate challenge made worse by the war in Ukraine, which has created an energy problem that's increased the need to move to other home-created fuel sources, we should not forget that it has also created a food crisis. The collapse of the grain exporting agreements and the vivid pictures of grain stores and ships being bombed brings home to us that we should take great care of our best and most versatile agricultural land for creating the food we need as a country to reduce our reliance on imports. Whilst the applicant is quick to state how many homes can be supplied with power by the solar farm, and we don't doubt that, it should also be recognised that the wheat production from this land can supply over 1 million loaves of bread per year, or as barley, 5 million pints of beer. The land this year has been cultivated, of course, part wheat, part barley. What is staggering is that an area where grade 2 land is a real rarity, the applicants have taken this land into the scheme when government advice is very clear that only 3B and below should be used for solar arrays. The agricultural heritage of this site is interesting through my wife's sister-in-law, we have a wonderful insight into the time that her grandfather was the head of market gardening on the Haley's farm, and the land right across the village was intensively gardened by up to 200 people at peaks, with the grade 2 land to the north of the site being fruit bushes and peas. At the height of the harvest, some 10 lorries a day were leaving the village to go to the markets in London. The rich agricultural history of the land should not be lost now, nor should the versatility of the grade 2 land be lost in an uncertain time. Grazing some unidentified number of sheep on the land is by no means a substitute for the current use. We also have concerns about the future use of the agricultural buildings that are close to the priory, a subject we will return to under conditions. The next major issue is whether the development really can be considered permanent or temporary. Mr. Griffiths, as part of his expert witness presentation, we are making him a very busy man, I'm afraid, will address the issue of permanence and reference other inspectors' decisions that are pertinent to the matter. The District Council and the applicant argue that the 40-year length of the proposal use of the land for solar is temporary, not permanent. 40 years, though, is more than a generation and must be considered as permanent fixture as far as the population are concerned. With 50% of the parish's population of 1,169 over 50, they're unlikely to see the land in arable use again, or at best, they will be in their 90s. So therefore, for them, this change is likely permanent. If we refer for a moment to the core meaning of temporary, it is not lasting very long, short term, or going back to the Latin derivation tempus, to mean time or season. So in our case, I really don't think 160 seasons is intended to be temporary. Under none of these definitions is it possible to rationalize that the planning system seriously considered something that would take at least 36 weeks to construct and probably longer to remove, and have so much infrastructure fixed to the ground that it can be defined as temporary. Indeed, many permanent constructions are redeveloped under 40 years. This proposal, we suggest, must be considered in planning terms in perpetuity. I'll now move on to heritage, including archaeology. The subject of our rich heritage and archaeology will be presented this afternoon, sir, by Mr. David Jackson, a resident of the village. Great Wymney has an exceptional heritage dating back pre-Roman, medieval times, indeed some 5,000 years. It is our task as the custodians of our heritage to use our short space of time in the continuum of history to preserve and protect our history for the benefit of those who will follow us. The specific unique facts about the Wymleys will be elaborated upon by David Jackson in his witness statement. The application land sits between the historic Great North Road and the settlement of Great Wymley, meaning it is a rich area of archaeological heritage which should not be risked by 32,000 1.5 metre deep posts across the site, as well as the imposition of large areas of concrete. We fear for the setting of our community and its heritage by the imposition of development that, by all expectations of Greenbelt and the important setting of scheduled monuments and the conservation area, should have assured protection. We do not consider sufficient or even respectful weight has been given to our heritage or the land that forms the all-important setting by either the applicant or the council. And our witness will stress the importance that should be afforded to this in the decision-making process. I now move to natural environment and biodiversity. Mrs. Elizabeth Hamilton, who is a Hertfordshire resident and has been advising the Joint Action Group on relevant matters relating to the wildlife and the natural environment impacted by the proposed development. She will present information and concerns relating to the diversity of wildlife affected and related issues of this large tract of open land. The industrialisation of the land and the closing of it with fencing will dramatically change the natural order that currently exists. We don't doubt that removing the traditional agriculture and setting grass seed and wild areas will, by using the tick box world that we now live in, be able to prove a biodiversity net gain. That, however, completely ignores very fundamental issues, including the impacts that the changes will have on the current habitats, such as the ground nesting skylarks, mentioned by Mr. Hardy, roots for small deer, hares and other mammals, as well as the wild plants, and indeed the soil itself. Solar panels have a negative effect on many species, including birds and of course bats, that we know use the fields as their hunting grounds from their nearby home in St. Mary's Church. As a community, we are well aware of biodiversity benefits and have taken great pride in creating a community garden, community orchard, and wild areas in our churchyard, as well as embracing no mow May in many parts of the village. We do not believe that taking grade 2 and grade 3 arable land out of production with the loss of natural habitats will benefit the natural order or those who enjoy the environment and live in harmony with it, when the alternative is an industrial scale development. Mrs. Hamilton will elaborate on these key issues. We now come on to community harm. Local community concerns and impacts will be described by Mrs. Jess Simpson, a resident of Great Wymley, and someone who both professionally and as a mother is passionate about the countryside, our setting within it, and all of our rights to be able to have peaceful enjoyment of the rural setting of the parish we have chosen to live in. The community of 120 residents in Great Wymley made its views on the application clear, with over 90% objecting. The industrial scale of the proposal, 4 times larger than the village, will create a shadow over all aspects of life in our community. Entering the village along Priory Lane or Gravely Lane will offer an unwanted vision. Walking along the Harts Way or paths to the south of the village will be spoilt by either the direct adjacency of fencing or the damage to the more distant views. The feeling of being watched whilst on family walks or bike rides, or maybe even a romantic stroll, will be most intrusive from the CCTV cameras. The views in the changing seasons and the agricultural activity that are an intrinsic part of the setting of our community, as well as for the many who visit and walk through the area, will be lost, replaced by the monotony of a single unchanging vista, as far as the eye can see, of solar panels and unsightly buildings. This will have a negative effect on people's mental health and well-being, as will be described by Mrs. Simpson. I now refer to generally called other matters, the first one being noise and vibration. We've raised at every point the risk of noise pollution. It is known that the transformers emit noise, and we have some 22 of them around the site. That naturally concerns us. What is not known and has not been investigated is the potential impact of the A1M. Given some wind directions, the motorway can at times be heard in Great and Little Wymley. What will be the impact of removing the natural agricultural carpet and replacing it with effectively 160,000 noise deflectors, which risk enhancing and carrying the sound, particularly given the direction of the panels to Little Wymanley. We have seen the effect of the Todd's Green Wall on Stevenage residents. The same cannot be allowed to happen here. In addition, the piling of the 32,000 piles to hold the 160,000 solar panels will be a very noisy operation lasting many weeks, if not months, as we will hear in evidence at the inquiry. Vibrations could also disturb the ancient conduit head in Grade 1 Priory. We will demonstrate our concerns on this subject via our witnesses. Now moving to health and safety risk, we are told the battery storage units will have automatic cut-offs if they overheat. This does give some reassurances, but it must be recognised that a fire risk does exist. From the local population's point of view, what is not in dispute is that the materials in the batteries are toxic. With 22 battery storage units, corrosive chemicals in large quantities will be present. If anything went wrong, a subterranean aquifer issue could be created downstream. We're surprised, in fact, not to see a full EHS report from the applicant or council. There is also real concern over fumes, as has recently been highlighted in the report following the Liverpool fire in 2020. That blaze took 59 hours to extinguish and threatened to engulf Liverpool in a toxic plume of gas. Add to that, lack of hydrants, inadequate fire service training, it was generally a bleak picture. With the Herts Way meters away from the battery storage units, as well as Great and Little Wymanley and 2 schools in Little Wymanley and Gravely within range of toxic fallout from the fire, this must be taken seriously. The fire services say that on a very recent letter that I've presented this morning, that they're suggesting they require dual access points to each part of the site, a perimeter road, dry system installation, emergency water and hard standings. We're not sure these points have been taken account of by the applicant, and certainly we wouldn't be hugely pleased to see a perimeter road. But the point here is that a successful and practical operation of fire safety must be put in place. And now moving on to flooding and drainage. As has been correctly documented, Priory Lane and Little Wymanley suffer from a flooding problem and have done for years. We fear that removal of crops and the replacement with concrete and large numbers of panels that will cause significant water runoff could exacerbate this situation. Changing water movements will also potentially risk the ancient monument of the Conduit House and the Priory. The 32,000 piles will, with some certainty, disrupt or wreck many of the land drains that are laid across the site, many of which themselves are very historic. Whilst we note that these steps have been taken to reduce risk, we do not believe there can be any certainty that the current situation will not be made worse, and these concerns have been echoed by the lead flood authority. We believe the solution to such an important aspect should not be left to simply be resolved as part of conditions. We will offer up a village representative to speak on this subject. And now if I move on to security. We note that the solar array is to be protected by 2.1 metre stock fencing, secured with wooden posts and watched over by 40 CCTV cameras. What we're not clear about is if there will be any security lighting or security presence. Whilst this fencing, when considered in total at 7.8 kilometres, is bad enough and creates such a break with the openness of the land, We are very concerned that things may become a lot worse if the solar array is subject to break-ins, thefts and vandalisms. As we are near to major centres of population and through routes, we are vulnerable to passing thefts and sophisticated crimes. We are told the solar industry is experiencing major problems, and we will provide evidence on this point. We understand that in a number of cases, insurers are demanding far higher levels of security fencing and security to combat losses. Any more intrusive fencing would be a horrendous addition to the negative aspect of this scheme. Furthermore, it would have a knock-on effect of bringing criminal-minded people to our village. And now we're moving on to transport. We do have concerns about the transport planning, both during construction and long term, and we'll offer up a village member to speak on the subject, as well as wishing to question the applicant's expert. The lanes at times seem very rural and little used, but they are extremely busy at rat runs at peak morning and evening times. We can envisage substantial hold-ups and a conflict with the heavy delivery schedule anticipated during the construction phase. Laying the cabling down Priory Lane and along Stevenage Road will cause enormous problems. The location and height of the Little Wymley Railway Bridge necessitates a number of vehicle movements down Priory Lane to Old Hall Farmyard every day. Disruption will be very damaging to local businesses and their financial viability. The same will be the case for the Priory wedding trade. Access must be retained for events, or again trade and income will be lost. On an ongoing basis, we have noted that the applicant will only need very limited maintenance visits. Is this really the practical reality? With the scale of the overall operation, substantial control must be maintained to ensure safety, maintenance, and one assumes cleaning of the panels to maintain efficiency, and finally keeping the grass in good order under the panels. From all that we hear, security visits will also need to, one assumes, in the night as well. In addition, as the equipment and panels become obsolete, total replacement may well be necessary, particularly given the speed of change technologically in this field at the moment. All of this adds to the changing scene of what we're used to and has a detrimental impact on residents. So to sum up, as the Joint Objectors Group, we strongly believe that the application should not be approved for the following key reasons. The scale of the proposals. We understand one of the largest 5 in size built to date in the UK is totally out of scale with the surroundings. The Greenbelt is already under threat. The loss to the solar development will bring the coalescence of North Herts one dangerous step nearer. Loss of open country and open views for the villages and towns, as well as damage to the views from the Chiltern area of outstanding natural beauty. Damage to the setting of our conservation area, 67 listed buildings, and untold damage to important archaeological area. Loss of locally rare grade 2 as well as grade 3 land, all in full essential food production. Whilst renewables are an important part of our future climate strategy, solar is the least efficient and as such should not dislodge positive land uses, but mainly be adopted as a bonus on buildings, brownfield and low yielding non-greenbelt land. Biodiversity gains will be overshadowed by the loss of fertility in the soil, making its return to grade 2 and grade 3 production very difficult and delayed. Serious impact upon the ecology of the area, loss of skylark nesting grounds, free routes for animals restricted by the 7.8 kilometres of fencing. Flooding, a problem already in Little Wymley, will potentially be added to the housing proposed, and any other disturbance to our natural field systems can only increase the risk. Replacing 88 hectares of agricultural land, which changes with the seasons, into a monotonous landscape of 160,000 panels can only damage the local community's well-being, as well as all those who use the Hertfordshire Way under the watchful eye of CCTV cameras. Fire, general road and health and safety risk are going to be forever present, especially as the equipment becomes old and likely obsolete. In this application, we have the perfect storm of BMV, productive agricultural land, precious and under threat greenbelt, the setting of 67 listed buildings, important or archaeology, all being ignored or given less than their deserved weighting. We have seen, and our expert will reference, cases where inspectors have not allowed development for just one of these above core reasons, and generally on sites smaller than the colossal 88 hectares proposed here. We look forward throughout this inquiry to demonstrate, through our presentations and cross-examination, the major issues that I've outlined in this opening statement, and welcome the role that you will play, sir, in reviewing all the facts placed in front of you to come to a fair and reasonable conclusion. Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Harding, I just need to raise a few points with you. Page 1, under the introductory section of your opening statement, in the third paragraph, you refer to my decision. It will be a recommendation to the Secretary of State. Just, I think it's clear that you know that from the following paragraph. But I just want to make that clear.
I do, yes. Yeah.
And then on page 6, you've got a subheading: development permanent or temporary, and you refer to both the district council and the applicant as though they're taking a similar view. Ms. Daly's opening and the council's evidence has made it clear that the local planning authority gives limited weight to the temporary nature of the proposal. So I just want to make sure that that is clear. Finally, perhaps most importantly, there are a number of points that you raise, I think, towards the end of your opening statement. For example, on noise, fire risk and security, where you've made a number of references to evidence being presented. Now, I just want to check where that's going to be found, because I'm not sure that we have that detail at the moment in the evidence from the 4 witnesses that you've referred to. And at this stage, I'm not at all going to encourage new evidence.
Okay, I think that all the documents that I referred to are all documents that have been passed to you.
That's fine if it's documentation that's already in.
Yeah, I think there's no additional document. Nothing was referred to there that doesn't refer to documents that have been already lodged.
Right. Okay. Well, in terms of those 3 subjects that I referred to, who do I expect to be speaking to them? For example, in terms of, I think you talked about noise and vibration. Which of your witnesses?
I think that is an element that could come through the community harm. So we'll get Mrs. Simpson.
That would be Mrs. Simpson then.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And fire risk.
Fire. I mean, really, they're all elements of community harm.
Right. So those 3 areas.
So we can.
Are they all things that you would expect Mrs. Simpson
Yeah, we'll
to be
make
dealing
sure
with?
that she can pick those up. Yeah.
Right. I just wondered because I've seen her proof and it's relatively brief, but provided she's speaking to documentation that we have. Okay. Thank you. Right, thanks, Mr. Harding. Mr. Hardy, can I come back to you now with the points that I raised previously?
Yes, we've got hard copies of these documents. I don't know whether that will be easier for you to have one, but we need to go to CDs 14 and 16. Yes.
I've got mine to hand. Let me just get them out.
So this is volume 2 of or folder 2 of the core documents.
14. Right, and which point are you dealing with first?
So the first question was whether or not the red line included the cable run. As you will see, the statutory plan, so that's CD 14, and that's drawing number 3004-01-002, and then that's revision B.
Yes.
That is the statutory plan. That includes the cable run. So that's the red line that we are relying on.
The reason for the question, Mr. Hardy, was I was comparing that with the location plan, which is often used as giving the red edge.
Yeah, which
doesn't
include the cable run. However, so the statutory plan is that's the red line of the application. That's what we're asking for. If you think it would be better for the site location plan, which is there just for general context, to include the cable run, we can do that very easily.
Right. The answer to that question is yes, I do.
Then in which case we will provide you with a copy to match.
I think they should be consistent.
To match the statutory plan. So that's first point. Second point then is in relation to the scheme. And so that's CD 16.
The general arrangement drawing, yes.
It is 3004-01-003 revision F.
Yes, I've got that.
And so that sets everything out. Now, it may be that the color blocks are relatively small. So if I can just point you to the control building, which I think you were interested in, that's colored green.
Yeah, because looking at the key, I'd found the what I think are the transformer stations and battery storage containers. They're sort of like lozenge shaped things which are dotted around the side, red and yellow. It was then I got to the next three and I was struggling.
Okay, so the control building, if you look at the circle, the blue circle in the at the top of the site, and then if you come down at about 5 o'clock, you will see the switchgear building, which is in a kind of pink color.
All right. Yes. Yeah.
And then you will see the storage building, which is in a grey color.
Immediately to the south.
Yes. And then the control building in green immediately to the south of that.
Oh, so the three of them are all together.
Yes. So they're small, and I mean that's on the rendering, but that's where they are, and the plan is accurate.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
And I think everything else. So the inverters and the transformer stations you've already identified.
I'd identified those. It was yes. Yeah.
A little.
No, that's very helpful. Thanks.
So I think that's it.
Yeah.
That helped you.
So in terms of the red edge, are you content with that point that I've discussed with Mr. Hardy?
Yes, that sounds fine and sensible.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Right, that brings us to the point where we're now ready to start hearing evidence, and the first witness would be Mr. Jackson from the Joint Objectors Group. It's 20-1, so I'm going to suggest that we take the lunch adjournment now. That will give Mr. Jackson an opportunity to set up, ready to give evidence this afternoon. Mr. Harding, have you managed to sort things out in terms of the presentation that Mr. Jackson wants to give?
Yeah, the main presentation's on PowerPoint, and that's going to be fine.
So we'll see it on the screen, will we?
Yeah, we're going to have to play around a little bit at lunchtime to see how we best load the video. But I think between the discussions earlier, we have a method that we can do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I know. So, Mr. Hardy.
Yes, sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but
No.
on the timetable, there was provision for interested parties. So there was the opening submissions and then interested
Yes.
parties. I assume it's because nobody's indicated
That's
a
right.
desire to speak,
Yes.
that will, and if they come in later days, they will then
It's
just be interspersed
slotted
as and
in.
when.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah. That's, I'm not aware of any so far. What I'll do over the lunch adjournment is check whether anybody responded to my invitation to contact the case officer directly. But at the moment, I'm not aware of anybody. So it's, so in fact, we're straight on to that topic with Mr. Jackson. Normally, Mr. Harding, I take an hour break for lunch. Does that give sufficient time for your team to get lunch and to set up with the equipment?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. Well, okay, we'll adjourn now then, and we'll resume after lunch at 1:45. Thank you. Inquiry is adjourned.
Testing.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's time for the inquiry to resume. So could people take their seats, please? Got Mr. Jackson coming up shortly on heritage for the Joint Objectors Group. I just wanted to mention something in connection with that topic and the site visit. I would like to see at close quarters the various assets that are being referred to by the main parties. I know that some of them are accessible by public footpaths or roads. For example, I've already been to have a look at the outside of the church, but I'm not sure about others. I'm not sure about the position with regard, for example, to the priory, whether that is normally publicly accessible. So I'd be grateful, helpful if the parties could check the position.
Can arrange hopefully through access to the priory.
Yes.
It's a little bit more difficult because the owner actually has died a little while ago and his wife's not terribly well, but the son does come around. He may well be there on the Thursday, so I think we can arrange certainly levels of access to it.
Yes.
And certainly Delamere through David and other
Yes.
parts of the main buildings in the village.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The other thing that I just wanted quickly to mention, and I noticed it during the lunch adjournment, I've received on my desk, and I presume the other parties have as well, a copy of Mr. Jackson's proof in hard copy, because it's obviously previously been sent in electronically. That's quite helpful to have a hard copy, but I've just skimmed it, Mr. Jackson, and it appears to be slightly different from the one I'd read in preparation for this session. I don't know to the extent, it doesn't appear to diverge greatly as far as a quick skim shows, but I just wondered why it was a different version. Can you put your mic on, please? There's a little button, should be a little button in front of the stem. No, yeah, it looks to be on now.
Well, I'll be perfectly frank with you. I had something like 10 working days to actually produce the first document, and it probably wasn't enough time for me to actually do the job in hand. And as more research went into the topic, the actual meat of the thing didn't change, but some of the detail did. And actually, it was more of a journey, really, into the incredible past of the local village and the villages around and that particular area. So, unfortunately, I've had to kind of like, update that. But in the same way, Keith Fitzpatrick, who is the lead archaeologist for North Herts, was going to deliver a paper on the 4th of September, which was an updated version of his paper on the Wymondleys. He was ill and then away on holiday for 2 weeks. And unfortunately, I couldn't speak to him about that paper, but he wasn't answering any emails anyhow for some reason. But what I'm saying is that I literally things had to get updated, unfortunately, but the meat of the thing is still there. I apologize for that.
Well, it is important, Mr. Jackson, it applies to everybody, that documents that are going to be referred to at the inquiry are produced in good time so that everybody has the proper time for preparation. If there are detailed changes, as you say, I suspect that the parties can cope with that, but I'd just like to hear what Mr. Hardy and Mr. Daly have to say.
We want to be open and facilitative. This is a planning application. We want everyone to be heard. That is part of the process. However, there also needs to be fairness, and we need to be able to prepare properly. And it's a general comment, but at the CMC, which is now a good couple of months ago, you went out of your way to say documents, Form Rule 6, all of that. So it doesn't feel to me as though there's much of an excuse in terms of time for preparation. If they're just minor changes, of course, we'll live with that. I'd like them to be pointed out. If I need time, I'll ask for that. I wasn't quite sure about the point about a delivery of a paper on the Wymondleys. I got the impression that from Mr. Jackson, that was something that was going to happen, hasn't happened, and therefore isn't part of the evidence. But if I've got that wrong, then I'd like to know, because I haven't seen that. So perhaps through you, sir, can I just ask what that reference was?
Which is from the lead archaeologist of North Hertfordshire, has been submitted in the paperwork I've sent to the inquiry in totality. But I'm just basically making the comment that just like people move around, time moves on, and actually you discover more things as you investigate them. And even the lead archaeologist in North Herts would be submitting a different paper to this now, given the actual ground geophys that was actually discovered on your geophys work. He would also be looking at the particulars of this in the light of this inquiry. So what I'm basically saying to you is that everything moves on slightly, and that even this would have been updated in those 4 weeks. But I've submitted that. I haven't submitted the updated one because I haven't got it because he's been ill.
Yes, there can't be constant changes, so Mr. Jackson. There has to be a cut-off point in fairness to everybody, unless it's something unusual, for example, like the National Planning Policy Framework changing last week. But the document that Mr. Hardy's just asked about, and just remind me where I should find it if it's already with us. Oh, CD 96, yes, so it is. Yeah. Thank you.
So as I understand that, so CD 96 in, that's absolutely fine. I think what Mr. Jackson is saying, that he's conjectured that given that things move on, that paper might not be written in exactly the same way today. However, that update hasn't taken place. There was a presentation due to take place, but due to illness and holiday, it hasn't.
Yes.
So the resting position is that's the document.
And we've got it.
And we've got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But generally speaking as well, that because I'm not basically totally dedicated, unfortunately, to the ongoing work in this area, I've had to actually receive pieces of information, put them together in an intelligent way, but the meat of the argument stays the same.
Yeah.
That's what I'm basically saying. And
yes.
if there's an objection from somebody to a piece of information that's in here, I'm quite happy to field it.
No, I think Mr. Hardy's saying if there are detailed changes, he anticipates being able to deal with that. Ms. Daly, do you want to comment at all?
I concur with Mr. Hardy's approach. I just don't actually have a copy of the updated document, so I am not in a position yet to make any comment on.
You certainly should have. I'd assumed that they'd gone round.
I realised that I should have talked to you, so I didn't want to give the documents until you said I should give them the documents.
No, you should give them to the other people as soon as possible. And Miss Roy, have you got one? You certainly need one.
We've only just got the one copy, so obviously
is there another one, Mr. Jackson? Or have you run out?
I've only got 3, unfortunately. I've given you one and there was 2 there.
Right. Well, two things. Mr.
Mr.
Roy
Roy
can
can
sit
come-
here. Alternatively, if one doesn't matter if it's in black or white, whether or not the council could run one off, I'm not sure.
Well, so we can make progress. Can Mr. Roy come just move
Yeah.
forward so we can get started?
Yeah, can do that.
And then get another copy when it's available.
Given that I'm likely to go first, I just wonder whether it would because if I give up my copy, we won't have any copies. I wonder whether if the council gave up their copies to get it photocopied, would that
Yeah.
be, I think it's to your,
Yes.
The thing is that you can keep your copies because Neil, who's with me, has got a file which you can print another
Yeah.
copy of.
Okay, but we want to get started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't the light of sustainability not having green
Yes.
paper?
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Jackson.
If we could just play this short video.
Right, before you do that, the format when we have a witness first appearing at the inquiry is for them to introduce themselves at first, say who they are, if they've got any professional background in the subject they're going to talk
Sure.
about, who they're representing, and after the introduction, then launch into your evidence, please.
Okay. My name is David Jackson. I've lived in Great Wymondley for 28 years. I own a grade 2 star listed building. For some reason, I've always actually liked old buildings, and that's why I own this grade 2 star listed building. It's an expensive thing to run, and it's something that you obviously you have to take on board. My first degree was in archaeology, environmental science, and geography, and I actually dug at the same sites as Keith Fitzpatrick, as would have it, who is the lead archaeologist of North Harts, and we went to the same university, did some of the same courses in archaeology. But it's many years ago that. I then did a MBA at Bradford. At that point, MBAs were worth something, and you had to work for them. So that's quite a good thing there. 40 years then of actually being an entrepreneur, I guess, and working around the world, but carrying on my passion for history and heritage and archaeology. So when somebody mentions Xi'an, I've been to Xi'an, for example, in the archaeology papers. I've been to a lot of Mayan sites, and my passion for history has been, I mean, it's been great, hence the number of books behind here. But I have to say, and I make no excuse for this, I'm not a professional kind of like acting archaeologist. My archaeology was done with mostly Roman Britain. My dissertation was on Roman Britain, and there are obviously parts of the archaeological world that have moved on greatly. I was aware of geophysics at the time, and we were very aware of it, and we were aware of new techniques coming out. But a lot of our stuff was painstaking, old-fashioned, using the trowel, digging, basically getting the stuff done and doing proper analysis. And we had some tremendous guys in Lancaster. They became some of the foremost archaeologists in the country. So that's my background in a way. The family have lived in Great Wymondley. I particularly like the idea of preserving heritage, but I also, in my active world, I hired a museum in Germany, and it was the Senckenberg Museum, and it's one of the biggest kind of like natural history museums in Germany. In fact, I think it's the biggest, and that was all about sustainability and keeping the biodiversity right. So actually, I've crossed into environmental science, and I'm not that bothered about talking about quaternary glaciation or moraine deposits. I'm also not bothered about talking about P&Ls in terms of kind of like what things cost. So I've got a fairly broad church in terms of my academic background. Is that enough for everyone? So I think basically, if we could start with this video, which I think takes us out of this room, importantly, to the actual site, then I would actually give my evidence, I guess, and then we turn back to the video having had the evidence.
Sir, if I may get started, I've not seen the video. And I am slightly concerned. There's lots of evidence coming in. I don't know what's on the video, whether it's appropriate. Once it's seen, it's not capable of being unseen. Yeah. So I'm trying to be fair and flexible, but there's a limit. So I don't know how we proceed, because I just don't know what's on it.
There's no audio on the video.
Well, I don't. That's the point.
No.
Is I don't know.
Are you saying, Mr. Hardy, that you'd like the opportunity to see the video first before it's at the inquiry?
I think there's a general point. If evidence is going to be given by the third party action group, I would like to see it. I've been asking for it for weeks. So that's the general point. I don't want to be met with new evidence every day.
Yes.
In relation to this particular point, I don't know what's on the video. It might be completely harmless. That's all fine, and we'll just live with it. Alternatively, it might be completely inappropriate. I don't think it's fair that you should see it. I just don't know.
Can we just say what you consider as being harmless?
No, you said, Mr. Hardy, that you wanted to play a video at the beginning and the end. Is it the same video? After having
what it is, it's the same video, and it's footage of the site, simply
right.
Because
okay.
we are in a situation.
Okay, Mr. Jackson. If it's the same video, and you want to play it after we've heard the evidence, I think perhaps the way forward, let's hear the evidence first.
Sure.
And then the video can be made available to the local planning authority and the applicant, and then we can come back to it after we've heard what they have to say.
So you're saying it's not allowed to play the video?
No, not at all. No, I just want the other parties to have the opportunity to be aware of what's on it first.
For what reason?
So we don't want surprises at the inquiry. That's all. So
I think so. What we can say is that the the video is entirely of the site, yeah, and the area around the site and the village. So in that sense, it's difficult to say the surprises in it, because it is the area that has been crawled over by all the experts and seen. It just is a way of us portraying it in this room to you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I haven't said we're not going to see it. And Mr. Jackson wanted to show it at the end. We can. I anticipate we may well be able to do that, but let's have the evidence first and then go to the video as part of your resume of your evidence after Ms. Daly and Mr. Hardy have had the chance to be aware of what's on it. So if you can, that's how I want to proceed.
That's fine. I mean, I'm representing obviously the Great Wymondley Village Association, backing up Paul's opening statement, and unfortunately it's a no to this solar harm, and we've called it solar harm because we believe it does represent real harm. This is myself, as explained. I spoke a little to Keith about 4 weeks ago for about an hour and a half. Keith Fitzpatrick Matthews is the lead archaeologist in North Herts. Sent him emails for the next 4 weeks and didn't get any reply at all then. He's the lead archaeologist at North Herts. One has to ask the question. We had a very good conversation, 1.5 hours. So next one. Now, obviously, Paul's tried to reinforce the fact that really we're not completely unaware of the fact that climate change is wreaking its havoc around the world, and that's going to be in Great Wymondley just like it is anywhere else. Anyone who wants to read a little bit about it, there's a signed copy here of the Greta Thunberg book. a 15-year-old has more impact on the world than possibly many prime ministers in terms of this climate change kind of topic. I think the broader context of when we're looking at the heritage, we've got to be mindful of the other side, that something needs to be done regarding climate change. I think that's being fair. But in this one, I think it's important that we're on the right side of the argument here, because two wrongs do not make a right. Somehow we've ignored the climate change and we've basically let it go on, and we haven't been effective enough. And we have a 15-year-old girl basically from the northern countries basically saying, yeah, well, you should take no more notice of it. And basically you see the impact. Of course, there are many other harmful impacts, urban sprawl, green belt needing to be kind of like maintained, harmful CO2. The actual the breakfast morning, if you ever switch on the TV, you generally switch it off because there's so much kind of like angst going on in the world, whether it be this, that, and the other. But parts of this are in fact climate change based. What I would say on this one is that it's our belief that once this green belt is gone, getting back to Paul's 40-year kind of idea, we believe it's gone. Next one. And the other thing about it is just being a normal person. I never like to actually be a person who just puts something up as a piece of negativity without coming up with some other better solution. And I'm not saying this is a better solution by other means, but just when you drive out in the next few days, just look at the amount of new development going on without solar panels on it. And I spoke to our MP, Bim, and he basically said the government is aware of this, but the developers are saying that it will stop them actually building the houses quickly. And so they're basically saying we cannot, mandatorily put solar panels. We can't force them to put solar panels on all housing. But he's actually, and I've got a letter from him, I haven't got it here, but I can quite happily submit it to anyone if they wish. So the next one. Paul mentioned this innovative use of solar panels in the north of England here. I mean, isn't a classic case of somebody thinking outside the box here. We need to have a covering for our car park, so we'll actually put the solar panels on it. It's already been tarmacked. I'm sure there are so many different versions of this in Stevenage or in the local area that if all the people in this room put their minds to it, rather than wasting our time on this, we'd actually end up with something that actually ends up with something like this, rather than talking about kind of putting a site that is almost actually kind of like a green belt. So, and then, philosophically, I guess, in our small village, and you basically go to the church and you see what these guys, they see this this note on the lich gate, and you realize that these 5 men, they died for their country. They were basically men who worked on the land in the local area. And would they be, this is me personally putting to people, would they be happy about us actually covering 220 acres of their precious wheat fields with kind of like with something, a solar panel scheme? And also Paul has pointed out the fact, and certainly it's come home to me because I've got somebody who's actually Ukrainian staying with me, and they bring the horrors every day of what's going on in the Ukraine, with fields being burnt, wheat fields being burnt, Putin targeting wheat storage facilities. So we are supporting a country, Ukraine, with a national policy of actually, and Putin is destroying wheat, which is creating a world problem in terms of food, and yet we in this country are putting forward a plan here that covers 220 acres of prime wheat field with kind of like solar panels. The two policies appear to me to be completely at odds with each other, and they're just damn wrong, really. Next one. So basically, of course, one of the big issues is that when you say solar panels to somebody, they say it's good. Yes, and it's almost like Father Christmas. Well, Father Christmas is a good guy. You already have got a nice positive feeling about solar panels. So sometimes the research that you may do, if it's done in a certainly different way, or if you ask people, they'll say solar panels are good. And generally speaking, I would say solar panels are good, because that would be my general feeling, that solar panels are good for the environment because they're an alternative source of energy and they're a green form of energy, just like wind turbines are. But when I hear about this particular situation about panels becoming out of date in possibly 10 to 15 years, and we're also wrecking our heritage, you've got to then weigh up the actual seesaw between the cost benefit. It isn't 40 years these panels are going to be on that site, in my belief. And I believe people should ask that question. And why is it important to heritage? Because actually I have to then weigh up the scales. If I'm getting 40 years of solar panels and they're going to be on there forever and everyone's going to be happy, that's fine. The heritage, could we then have to give? But if it's only going to be there for 10 or 15 years and we're not going to put the latest panels on there anyhow, and it's going to cause all kinds of problems, that's not the same weight of shot, unfortunately, against the heritage. So the next one. So in this country, Britain, we've got a proud heritage of saving greenery. I mean, basically the whole, half the policies of, green areas and kind of national parks, and the most popular kind of like programs on TV are to do with history and about actually saving the environment and things. So yet again, you basically say that you're obviously going to get a very, very negative impact from people saying that they're going to damage heritage and they're going to damage the local environment. And that's what we believe in this particular instance. So when you look at the heritage impact on the setting of Great Wymondley, what we've got to remember is that, sorry. Oh, have you? I think that maybe this part has changed. Oh, you've got a different one on there to this. Ah. Yeah, the one that's just been handed out. Ah, right. Okay. Well, in that case, that's an interesting development. Can I go on to the next one then? Well, it's nothing new. It's nothing new. One that was in the old one. This one it's kept about the same. No, that page is still in. Oh, it's just yeah. It's just slightly. The order slightly changed. Okay. Yeah. I hope I have anyhow. Thank you. So, I mean, basically, heritage impact on the setting of Great Wymondley. You basically have got a situation where, in this paper which we've got, the old paper from Keith, who's the lead archaeologist at North Harts. This is what it says in that paper. It says they have a rich archaeological heritage, which tells us some surprising things about the creation of the two villages. I want you to basically read, I want you to read those words. They have a rich archaeological heritage. Now, that's not a medium heritage. That's not a small heritage. And he's actually made a point of actually producing a paper on this. He thinks it's so important that he's actually even going to update it. And he was going to do an updated presentation on the 4th of September. So for some reason, he's actually going to like singled out Great Wymondley as being, and the Wymondleys as being pretty important. And this, unfortunately, and I don't make any particular excuse about this, the richness of the heritage in this particular area means it would have been extremely difficult for the archaeologists who were submitting their paperwork to start with to complete all the actual detailed work that they would have needed to do. And in fact, a lot of the actual detailed groundwork that they should have done, I believe they did not do. And I will actually kind of like go into that in some detail in terms of their desk research. So next one. So basically, I mean, 1086, the land of Great Wymondley consists of 1,500 acres, not the 50 acres or so taken by the village of Great Wymondley now. Basically, when you look at the 50 acres or 40 or 50 acres of the conservation area, you are in effect looking at the 15th, 16th, 17th century buildings that exist now. But before that, there was a rich history that went right back to Roman times and everything. And I'm going to go into that in some detail. But I think it's very, very important that you actually think that the 50 acres was never belt and braces, literally with the land. That land has always been with that particular site. Next one. So in a sense, we get into this thing about if this thing goes ahead, say, one of the things I'd ask the inspector, given all the things that we're going to point out over the next few days, what kind of precedent would it set in the sense of where could it stop? Because in a sense, we've heard from Paul that there is no kind of like solar strategy for North Harts. Literally, the site has effectively been chosen like in a way of a lottery or like in a monopoly game. It fits certain things, but it hasn't come out of some greater strategic document from North Harts that says these are the things that we want. In fact, it hasn't taken into account the fact that maybe BIM is already the MP and the Conservative Party are giving incentives to put kind of like solar panels on people's houses. BIM said that to me. He gave me a treatise on all the incentives they're giving. And I said, well, why do you publicize it a bit more? And he said, maybe we should, David. And I said, do you think we should be doing that in the sense of, as opposed to, I said, possibly. So this is an aspect of this, unfortunately, me basically giving you something that I think, not just looking at this in a NIMBYist way. I'm trying to look at this, some reason for why solar panels would be good somewhere else, but not on this location. But I just don't want to be somebody who just knocks this from the point of view of the heritage. I want to actually also think about solutions, because you don't just knock things for the sake of it. And it's certainly not our style, certainly not my way. Next one. So this is this is one of the slides that's slightly changed. So we have drawn our own simplified version of the proposed solar site next to the applicant's large site with significant archaeology noted. What I want you to look at is the site on the left, Great Wymondley, then look at the map on the right. And you'll see Great Wymondley, basically. You'll see Great Wymondley. I don't suppose anyone's got a pointer, have they? I should have brought one, just foolishly. You know, one of those. Paul, can I borrow your kind of, can I borrow your? Yeah, I just want you to point out Great Wymondley on there in relation to the main solar site. And when I've put site 1, site 2, and site 3 on there, I'm basically showing where bits of geophysical evidence have actually shown up, clear pieces of archaeology. And we'll return to that later. But this has definitely changed because, yeah, this is very interesting. Next one, please. And this is something that wasn't in the original presentation. When you look at these geophysical anomalies, sensitive areas or whatever, what you're basically looking at is somebody scanning the ground and effectively kind of like picking up a pulse from whatever's underneath it. But there are so many different ways of actually doing this. Ground radar, there's magnetometry, there's different ways of actually conducting this research. And this site is enormous. This is 217 acres. This is one of the seminal books, by the way, on that topic. Anyone wants to look at it. When you look, for example, at site 1, that is quite near to Great Wymondley. And that's showing certain features, which could be anything, really. I don't say that in a way. They could be something Mesolithic, something Bronze Age, there could be something Roman, there could be something medieval, but they're definitely something. And they are those features are 100 to 125 meters across. That's not a small thing. That's a big thing up there, site 1. And actually, a normal archaeologist's response to that, if they were looking, if somebody had said to them, I want you to do some geophys in that area because I want you to demonstrate, I want you to see if there's anything interesting up there, they go, we found something very, very interesting. They would be excited by that. They wouldn't just be thinking, I'm going to maybe kind of like leave it, no dig it. They'd be basically going, wow, that's really, really good. I love that stuff up there. And they then start hypothesizing what that stuff is. And when you get down to site 2 and site 3, they go, wow, that's equally interesting. It's even bigger. That's a massive site. It's like 20 acres, that site. It basically kind of like, but somebody's in the past, and I don't know if the applicant has actually ever done any research in that area, somebody's put a pipe right through the middle of it. So they couldn't have cared less about destroying the archaeology in that site. But that's yet again one of these places, both 2 and 3. 2 is about 8 hectares, and 3 is about 1 hectare. That's another thing. And then site 4, all that other stuff up there is just lumped into something else is going on up there. That site, those sites, which add up to about 20 acres, all that kind of purplish stuff you see on there, archaeologists, if they had a different brief, they weren't getting a brief from somebody who wanted to develop this as a solar site. If they had a brief saying, guys, go and try and find what's out on those fields, see if there's something connected to the Roman road, see if there's something connected to Great Wymondley to further on our heritage, and I'm going to give you the money. I'm going to give you the 10,000, 20,000 pounds to do the ground radar on it. See if there's anything interesting out there, and we'll see if we can get the permission of the landowner to kind of like dig those sites because they look, you know, if they exist. They'd be saying they're very interesting indeed. So those particular sites are very, very interesting to anyone who's an archaeologist. And the reason and part of the reason some of this is appearing fresh here now is the fact I'm looking at some of this and I'm going, wow, what is that Roman road? And before Keith got ill and before Keith couldn't talk to me for whatever reason, couldn't even answer an email, even though we'd had an hour and a half conversation, he'd been mentioning to me about ladder settlements, which were butted up slightly near to this Roman road. And I was going, what Roman road is it? What is that Roman road? And that Roman road has got some significance, a wider significance. And it's actually right next to Gravely. It's between us and the Great Wymondley. And it's probably the reason for those, for site 2 and 3. And the Gravely lane that you see going off there, that was probably a Roman kind of road that basically went to the Roman settlement that you see listed on the actual site here. That's a Roman settlement. Now, being fair with everyone, the Romans were here for 367 years, 377 years, 360 odd years. Paulinus invaded in 43 AD. The emperor sent his note in 410 AD. There's going to be a lot of Roman stuff everywhere. But actually, the reason that kind of like Great Wymondley is famous from an archaeological point of view is what's going to come on later. The Roman stuff is significant and shouldn't be ignored, but the stuff afterwards is even more important in the sense of the archaeology and the heritage.
Before you move on, can you just mention briefly a ladder set?
Yes.
Fine. Can you just say a little bit more about that?
Well, basically, if I, that's something I downloaded. It's a PhD thesis, 2016, and it's about Roman roads and the relationship between Roman roads and kind of like Roman occupation. Now, quite obviously, the Romans basically used to put things next to the major Roman roads. It was an area of commerce. It was places where people had their villages, that site 2 and site 3 could easily be a ladder settlement. And if I'd have been able to talk to Keith, he would have possibly given me more information on that. But he already said to me 5 weeks ago, David, there's a ladder settlement, Roman ladder settlement out there. And I was going, I hadn't seen any of this at that point. I hadn't actually kind of like researched it. But site 2 is extremely important. Site 3, you can see site 3, the Roman road. If you look at the map, lands practically in site 3. And the other weird thing about it as well, this research from this guy here, he basically said, this unfortunately isn't in your pack of things, because I couldn't give you everything. I'm sorry. He basically concluded that a lot of villas were hung off the road about a kilometre or so, and not surprisingly, in the middle of Wymondley, Ransom in the 1930s found a Roman villa, and that Roman villa unfortunately was covered over with council housing, and I think one of your relatives was partly responsible for that, wasn't he, Paul? Oh, sorry. So let's go on to the next site. So when you look at, when it says Great Wymondley Village here, the workers installing drains in a field on the north of Gravely Road in 1882 found a Roman pot. The local antiquary William Ransom heard about it and investigated, and basically he found all kinds of things in that area, all to the east of Great Wymondley Village, where the actual council houses are in Great Wymondley now. And you can see that's not like field walking. That's not finding the odd bit of Samian ware on the top or some. He's finding whole amphora, whole pots. I mean, this wasn't like, this wasn't like a small find. This was pretty big, and what I guess I'm saying is there's a lot more to discover about Roman Wymondley and about this villa, and more research needs to be done. And in fact, if I looked at site 1 on that previous map, site 1 is about 300 meters from this, and it's betwixt that site 1 and this, there is a Roman cemetery. That Roman cemetery is actually on the actual, is actually listed in literature all over the place, and is, well, it's right next to the site. It's right next to the solar site. So, next one. So I just hear a lot of research has been done on the archaeology of the village where a Roman villa and cemetery have been discovered. This is the Hertfordshire Way by Bert Richardson. The church has some red brick features not on the roof, and he's talking about the Hertfordshire Way here. What I want to point, Harry, on this map here, that green area is site 1. That green area in the blue is site 1. That is Great Wymondley. If I go northeast towards there, that's where the cemetery is. The cemetery is there. All the features of Great Wymondley, all the older features of Great Wymondley are slightly east of the village, facing the solar site. The village has migrated for whatever reason westwards. So you get places like Delamere House, which is kind of like 14th century, 15th century. When you look at kind of the Manor House, which is 1350s, the richness of the actual heritage in this particular locale is so intense. It's like literally a Battenberg with a chocolate cake with your favorite trifle all dumped on in one place. And I'm just talking about Great Wymondley here. I'm not talking about the Priory. I'm not talking about Gravely. Gravely's got 24 listed buildings in it. I'm not talking about Little Wymondley. Little Wymondley has got Wymondley Bury in it. Wymondley Bury is an 8th century, kind of like manor house, 7th, 8th century manor house, grade 1. It's one of the most important buildings in the country. The grade 2-star barn at the Priory is unbelievably important. It's actually one of the best tithe barns in the country. It's probably the best. The Priory alone is grade 1. Anyhow, I go on. Now, in the research that was done by the archaeologists, the desk research, which they lumped into 4 specific areas. They go, hang on, this is Gravely Manor. This is the conservation area of Great Wymondley. This is St. Mary's Church in Little Wymondley. And there's something else. There's just 4 of them. 67 listed buildings within 200 to 1,200 meters of the actual site. 67. 2 of the 7 grade 1 listed buildings that are not churches in the whole of North Hertfordshire are in that area. One of them is the Priory, and the other one is probably Wymondley Bury. But there's so much rich heritage here. As I said, it's like trifle, it's like cake. You can have, if you want sweetness in terms of archaeology, you've got it in this area. Now, this isn't really evidence. This is basically just basic research. Frederick Seabohm lived in Hitchin. This, the English Village Community, this book literally won him. I think he became an honorary. He got an honorary degree from Cambridge as a result of the work. This was published. This is in 1882. Basically, his work concerned people who were growing things, agriculture, people who were based with the land, and people who were not, people who were hunter-gatherers, people who just killed animals and they had milk and animals, basically. This seminal work, which ended up with Michael Wood basically quoting it, and actually almost like, Michael probably read that. He ended up creating a whole BBC program about it. The final chapters of this book are all about Great Wymondley and its links with the land. It is so important, this piece of work, that kind of like anyone who did any desk research and didn't involve this piece, didn't involve that, you might as well say, forget it. How can you not involve yourself with that? It is so important. Just ask anyone who knows anything about economics or actually the way villages are formed and the whole thing that when you got a Ladybird book and it said, oh, the 3-field system or the field system or we have fallow land or anything, it all came from this base research from this guy, Seabohm, and he was a Hitchin man. Here's a funny one for you. He lived at the Hermitage in Hitchin. That was knocked down. It became a Wilco. Now Wilco's gone bust. Nothing to do with this inquiry, but an interesting one. This piece of work, though, is incredibly important, because what had happened in this particular locale was that because Great Wymondley was owned by the king, it was owned by the kings before William the Conqueror, almost implied ownership. It meant it had a certain importance, and it meant it did not succumb like a lot of places until 1811 to the fields changing. So it meant that the land stayed kind of like as it was. The connection between Great Wymondley and its land stayed the same. It became a perfect research vehicle for this research. And it would be cited in anything serious about villages and the links with the land, and actually kind of like, you know, and basically that connection in particular between Romano Britain, 410, the people leaving in 410, and actually the establishment of Anglo-Saxon kind of like ways. And interestingly enough, that road that goes down, the Roman road, I believe, was the break point between one set of Saxons and another set of Saxons. But I haven't had time to research that enough yet, because, as I said, this is on the edge of research. Basically, in the Domesday Book of Hertfordshire, you get Hertford, which is the county capital. You then get Great Wymondley. Doesn't go HG, does it? I mean, literally, you get. It's not displaying properly, this one. I don't know what's going on here. There's something happening here. What's happening here, Neil? Is it corrupted or something? Go on then, try it. No, well, I mean, go back to it. I mean, effectively, if yeah, go back.
Mr. Jackson, that image is in the.
Oh, so apologies for that. Okay. No. Next one. Next one, please. Yeah, let's yeah. So one of the other things that kind of like Seabohm relates in his book is this relationship between the actual field system that you find round the Motte Bailey site at Great Wymondley and the actual idea that there were Roman veterans living in Wymondley, and that those particular fields relate to a specific size of kind of like field that was actually given out to Roman veterans as they retired effectively. So the idea of having a Roman villa dug by ransom, having Roman veterans taking land near it, who were basically hired guys who effectively could protect the farm, the Roman road, Gravely Lane, to the main Roman road going north-south, Lincoln to London, or York to London, all makes sense. But Michael Wood thought it was so important that he actually preserved Wymondley that he came down here and basically did a presentation on the importance of actually kind of like Seabohm's work and the actual Roman continuity of heritage in British, in English kind of like farming and livelihood, because he saw it as so important. And it's actually in here. It's literally, anyone who wants to look at it, it's in here. And he basically says, Michael Wood uses the case of the roots of Domesday going back to a hypothetical census of Great Wymondley near the end of the Roman occupation, 410 AD. Remember, the Roman villas, you know, so you've got another Roman villa at 9 Springs, But the main Roman villa where we should be talking about is the one that Ransom basically dug or found evidence of or whatever. So next one. So effectively,
No one that you just mentioned, the one that you want to place most emphasis on,
is the one that Ransom dug.
which is, I want to be clear about.
It's in Great Wymondley under the council houses, and it's actually east. It's almost northeast of the Motte Bailey Castle, and that whole area around there you can see is disturbed. If we look at the LiDAR, which is the bigger picture from above, effectively picking up kind of like ground anomalies, you see all kinds of things in that area, and actually that almost like may link with Site 1, it may not link with Site 1. Site 1 may in fact be Neolithic, we don't know. That's what happens in archaeology, unfortunately. You make a theory, you get it all wrong, and then you find it's something else that it wasn't. But that's what archaeology is about. But you've got to have a null hypothesis to start with. This is what it looks like. This is what we think we're digging. But then when you start digging it, and it's the same with geophys. Unfortunately, the geophys doesn't actually pick up everything you want it to pick up. It can't pick up everything you want it to pick up. You wish it would pick up everything you wanted to do. Sometimes it doesn't. And that's something that we cannot just think to ourselves that everything that's on that geophys has picked up everything that's in there. All it's given us is just like it's given us enough of an idea that there's lots of important stuff there to suggest it's an important place to be. And it's always been linked to settlements. So, I mean, this is just the literally saying in 1086, the entry for Great Wymondley is King William holds Wymondley. It answers for 8 hides, land for 18 ploughs. Adam holds 1 hide from the Bishop of Bayeux. This is when you think as well, you tend to think of Great Wymondley as looking inward. The conservation site looks inward. If we dug up any people who were Roman around here, we'd probably find some of them might have even come from Ukraine, weirdly enough. We might find they came from they actually came from Anglo-Saxons. This has always been an international place. We can't think of it. Those roads that we're talking about, the 4 main roads of Britain, they were like the motorways of the Roman Empire. Watling Street, kind of like Ermine Street, these connected right the way back to Rome. This was an economic kind of like powerhouse. Was Rome. That villa that was in Great Wymondley was connected to that road, but simply for the fact that this area has always been shipping oats or something or grain, basically to feed kind of like Roman Londinium. And interestingly enough, Roman Londinium at 200 acres is slightly smaller than this solar site. And Roman Londinium was one of the major cities in the Roman Empire, not the size of Rome, but certainly the size of Cologne. So you're talking about a solar site now. This is how things have changed. Was the same size as Roman Londinium, 200 acres. That's what Roman Londinium was with its wall. And this bit of land though up here, probably just like when the Haley zone, kind of like from Delamere House, 1,500 acres, and Paul was talking about the continuity, i.e. people sending peas down to London. What Ransom was basically saying, and what Michael Wood was saying, was that they shipped product down to London back now. The interesting thing that kind of like everyone wants to answer the question of is what happened in the so-called Dark Ages, that period between something like 410 AD and 1066. The Dark Ages, people call it the Anglo-Saxon period, but now for whatever reason, PC reasons or whatever, we're now calling it the early medieval period. So that early medieval period from about 550 AD to about 1066 AD is the area that we're very, very interested in archaeology, because that produces this idea of continuity. And the more you can show continuity, you don't have this feeling that everyone got destroyed when the Angles and the Saxons came to Britain. This, from a research point of view, is an absolute gem waiting to happen. And Keith, I think, knows that. Keith, who wrote this paper, he's not Mike Parker Pearson. He's not Prof. Mike Parker Pearson, probably the best archaeologist in Britain, but he's good enough to know there is so much stuff, but he's gagged for some reason. He knows how important that site is between Great Wymondley and the Roman Road, right? Next one. So basically, this has probably got the wrong heading on it. This should actually say kind of like, this should be the conservation area. Yeah, the print. So, sorry. Yeah.
We switch to the PDF because this is not correct.
All right, then.
The version printed is different.
Do what you can, Anil.
Well, he's just going to.
Mr. Jackson, can you speak to the slide?
This title is disorientated from the actual from the conservation area, but the solar site proximity to the common field system, that should show you basically
Can I suggest the next difficult for other people looking at that go off your hard copy? Because for some reason the slides have become corrupt and they're moving all the titles and content about.
okay. Well, look, apologies for this. This is we played this on our own equipment when we came here, and then we had to facilitate actually using the equipment here. And in the process of actually moving our slides to this, we're a marketing communication agency, so we actually can do this stuff. But somehow it's actually hit this and gone wrong. So, Anil, did you manage to create another one of those slides? So
Mr. Jackson was the main parts of myself got hard copies, so I'm quite happy to speak to that.
okay, fine, lovely. Thank you for that.
Right, so which one the hard copies? Which page you want to be on?
This is the hard copy here.
Yeah, no, we
I've
get
got
it.
the hard copy here. Yeah.
Right, let's do it now. Go on, if you play it on.
That's
So-
what people-
So basically, we're on the common field system.
So we're on the page, there's text on the left hand side.
heading on set.
Yeah. Can you change that now?
On the right side.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, Great Wymondley has always been linked to the land surrounding it, and especially the part leading to Hitchin and the section leading to the Great North Road. The Wymondley Enclosure Act of 1811 had the effect of ending the strip system of cultivation. You see, all this strip cultivation was something that effectively had existed from time immemorial, and it's one of the few places where you could actually see in the field systems the actual strip farming and the way that the actual land was, going back to possibly Seabone's basically saying going back to, in certain instances, back to the Roman times. So, but we're also saying that believe there were 4 common fields: Roxley, Purwell, Middlefield, and Little Middlefield, although some of those names have changed since the year 1300. What I'm trying to get over here is that this particular piece of land had retained its kind of its historical integrity with the land, with the actual village, and somehow basically remained almost like an archaeological legacy. It kind of left its imprint there, and a lot of other places have been changed, but this remained intact, and that's why it was so interesting for Seabone to basically do the seminal research work on. Next one. And this basically, all this continuous history leads to the largest concentration of listed buildings centered around the proposed solar site. I think what you've basically got to look at is the idea of not just Great Wymondley, but Little Wymondley as well has got significant graded buildings in it. Gravely has got 24 graded buildings in it. The site in between has got this archaeology in it, which to many people I'd say is exciting. It's not basically just something I just leave. Next one, Anil. Now we talk about the conservation area. I mean, basically what I'm saying here is, while we consider the conservation area boundary important, rendering the land, including Miltsey Cottage and the road junction important, the context of the wider landscape view is equally important. So in other words, we can, has it come back?
This is the PDF. This will be correct. Yeah,
Yeah,
conservation
yeah.
area, this one.
Yeah. We're now back on the slide. I mean, basically, this conservation area isn't just important from the point of view of actually all the buildings that are within it, of which there are 14 listed buildings, but it's also important from the point of view of its connection with that those outside fields. And the actual ancient, the parish as we know it now, is probably mostly based on the manorial kind of like land area that was existing in 1086. So you're talking about parish and manor being effectively the same piece of land before it was joined again, it probably 30, 40 years ago. So Great Wymondley existed as that parish, including that land, which was about 1,500, 1,600 acres for best part of 1,000 years. And now I get into the legal talk of things, and under the MPPF conservation areas, there are designated assets, and their conservation is to be given greater weight in planning permission decisions. In the archaeological briefing I saw, there was a scaling created. That scaling gave, I think, Miltsey Cottage a scale of 1 or 2 or something, right at the bottom of something that was not unsubstantially, was not going to be substantially impacted by this solar facility. One, by the creation of a scale, your own scale, basically, you start to invent the rules, and yet all the other stuff is all either copy pasted from other documents, or basically purports to kind of like say it agrees with this, agrees with that. It means that we, in our submission, could basically make our own scale up about things. But Miltsey Cottage, even though it's not one of the listed buildings and it faces onto the solar site, is actually part of the conservation area. So it carries weight. It's not a listed building. It's not in a national park. But where does conservation area live? It's not just looking in on itself as this document, which I did submit to everyone, the Wood document about the conservation area. A conservation area isn't just something that looks in on itself and has 3 views. One of the views is the Delamere House. Happy days, I live there, but I'm not bothered about that. This village has always looked outwards. It's always exported. It's always taken things from its fields down to that Roman road or gone on the Icknield Way. It's always been linked in some way. The important thing is that SIBO created almost like a link in this seminal work of about 2,000 years. What the actual geophys and the stuff has ground up is that you could possibly take it back even further. And that is actually so important for academia. If you could actually build on this research with the stuff that's in that field, you wouldn't just have like, oh, has anyone heard of Great Wymondley? You'd literally be saying, oh, Great Wymondley is not only important from the point of view of this seminal work and the other stuff that's in it, but actually you could take it back to possibly the 3,500 BC, 4,000 BC, when actually agriculture came into this country. I mean, there is enough on that site, in my opinion, to actually suggest that there could be linkages there. There's definitely a link. There's a link. There's a ladder settlement. There's ladder settlements all up the A1, guys. I mean, we can't.
Can you move on to the next?
Yeah. Yeah. This is the conservation area, and you'll see those red arrows. They point to certain directions, and you'll see that little spur to the east that points towards the solar site. all the listed buildings and the importance of this are put into this document, but they're by no, this is by no means comprehensive. This is, I could improve on this. And this is from, this is for North Herts District Council, and it's a conservation area character statement, which is being done for North Herts District Council, and it's been submitted to you guys in the paperwork. Next one.
Yes, we've already got.
Yeah. Yeah. Next one. Right, we've spoken about all the different plethora of different buildings within the just in the Great Wymondley area, but in this area I'm also including kind of Roman origin field systems, Longcluce Grade 2, listed archaeological cemetery, listed monument, Motte and Bailey Castle built in the time of Stephen, which is like the anarchy, 12th century. You've got the manor. I mean, it's got kind of like, you know, should we really be thinking of ourselves as looking out of a window? Can we see from the top of the church the solar panels? No, lots of people wander around this place. This is a conservation area. The whole area is conservation. The Roman, you know, people are wandering around. I made the point to Paul, the buildings might be stationary, but the people aren't, and it's the people that make this place. It's the people that the Roman veterans who actually had the land. It's the people who work the land. It's the people who actually kind of like are buried at in the church. It's the person who got married in the church this last weekend. The church isn't just dead. I mean, people literally get married in it still. There's an active community going on. That's why we're here fighting the cause. Now, I'm sure many people know a lot more about the MPPF than I do, but setting is important. I think the thing about it for me is that how do we define the setting? I'm defining the setting of the whole of Great Wymondley. I'm not saying it's just simply that. I'm also putting the setting of the priory in relation to the source of water, where the water comes from, the spring. The spring's adjacent to the solar site. Aqua Sulis, bath, Roman bath, was formed on the basis of spring water. Not surprisingly, right back to the Celts, they needed water. That water site next to the priory, it needs to be looked after like with kid gloves. It's so important. That is another piece. That's a strawberry in this flipping, in this incredible cake we've got. Aqua Sulis, bath, Roman bath. You've got a water source here which fed the Roman which fed the Augustine priory, which is 200 meters from the site. The actual the source of water is probably even nearer. It's probably even on the site. It's so near that it can be impacted by some of the things that Paul talks about. But you would know a lot more about the setting of heritage sites. We know it's so important, but I think some of the stuff I'm talking about today is even more than the setting. It's actually robbing the future academia of what could be found, pushing possibly back what we know about the whole area and actually the links between actually the early farmers that came here. And then this is just, I mean, you would be more familiar with all the details of actually certain application. This was refused. I just want to go into one part here. Next slide. And it says it conflicts with policies and the LP, which require that where nationally important archaeological remains and their settings are affected by proposed developments, there will be presumption in favour of their physical preservation in situ and development affecting a listed building should it be keeping with its scale, character and surroundings. We're not talking about a listed building here. We're talking about 67 listed buildings. And we're talking about the fact that in the actual research documentation that the AOC archaeologists did, they basically said, oh, we've done desk research on these important buildings that are around the place, mostly concentrate on Gravely. Gravely's got the A1 betwixt it and the site. Somebody decided to plump the giant A1 between the site and Gravely. That does not diminish Gravely. Gravely's got a Roman road going through it. It's got 24 listed buildings. But this is just one site and it got a refusal. we are talking about a rich heritage in Great Wymondley and the Wymondleys. So rich, it's just, I couldn't research it all. That's part of the reason the presentation got changed. There was so much of it, I was overwhelmed. Now, one of the things that's happened in recent history, you'd think that everyone would know everything about Stonehenge, wouldn't you? You'd think that everyone would actually have known everything about it. It's one of the most important kind of sites in the whole of Europe. One of the Neolithic sites. Mike Parker Pearson has basically rewritten it in the last 10 years. He's rewritten the history. He's basically pulled it back a little bit from 3000 BC to 3300 BC, or he's linked it with the Paffelli Hills, and he's changed it. The reason that's important, and if you go on to the next site, and why is it important to Great Wymondley? Go on, Anil. You know how big Stonehenge is. We see it on the front of that book. This slide here, look how small Stonehenge is in the context of its wider setting. Now we think about Great Wymondley. This isn't. You've got to think of the total setting of what people were doing in that era. So you've got if this was Great Wymondley, you'd have the Roman road, you'd have all these features we're picking up. Because this is a nationally significant, internationally significant site, it's commanded the funding. It means that they're going to spend £150 million and now putting a road underneath it, or rather than through the site. Unfortunately, in North Hertfordshire, we are not commanding that same level of funding as Stonehenge. But it doesn't mean that this kind of research and the stuff that we've got going on with isn't important. This is very, very important. This seat bone stuff. And actually, the other stuff is very, very important. The other thing about this, it says that the industrial solar site will not damage the archaeology. Well, 32,000 D-shaped posts driven into a depth of 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters, mitigated in a certain mitigation, archaeological mitigation, by digging approximately 6 acres of land to a level of 1.5 meters with heavy equipment over something like a 4 to 6 week period. The speed of it, the aggressiveness of it. There is a proposal to not dig the stuff that looks like it's interesting, even though on other proposals that they've put forward for other things, they've said it'd be useful if we actually found out a little bit more about that. They even cite other important kind of like pieces of legislation. But for some reason, this site, we won't dig it. We will put the solar panels, we won't dig into the ground, we'll put concrete on it, because actually I fear we may be fearful about what we might find. It may lead to a delay. It may lead to a delay, might it, if we find that actually all that geophys looks so interesting. And actually, when I start to dig the site, let me give you an example as well. Vindolanda, a very exceptional site. They've been digging it for 40 years. Somebody who says that they can actually do something in 6 weeks, a 200-odd acre site, and then if they find something, it might all be bagged up in 10 weeks, 12 weeks for Christmas, 3 months. And yet, an important site, Vindolanda, which I know is internationally recognized as a Roman kind of like fort, and has been, it's not this, but it's a bit like the scaling. It's gone from sublime to the ridiculous. Vindolanda is sublime. We've been digging it for 40 years. It's got its own museum. It's heritage personified. It's actually got great owners and everything. But here we've got something where let's knock it out as quick as we possibly can, because the brief, not necessarily to do with the function of the archaeologists, but the brief they've been given is to mitigate. My view on that will be damage limitation, not mitigation. Next one, please. So, is it simple NIMBYism? Well, everyone can say you're a NIMBYist. We don't want it near us, but God, after the country, you've got to stand up for something you think is right. And actually, if you've got some idea as to what's going on, you cannot just let these things go on. The local people have to be heard, and they have to put forward. And if they've got people who are reasonably well qualified and they, you know, they have to be heard. So it isn't just NIMBYism. And actually, you wouldn't have had that in the national parks. You wouldn't have had Beatrix Potter buying thousands of acres in the Lake District to actually keep her sheep. That was NIMBYism, old Beatrix Potter trying to keep the lake. No, it wasn't. It was just Beatrix Potter liking animals and liking the landscape. That's the same with us. Yeah, yeah. I'm just drawing a parallel. Next one. So it's just less than joined up thinking, really. And I just make the comment that the Haleys who owned Delamere House, they served London, probably just like the Romans probably did from their villas. Next one, please. So when you view the history of Great Wymondley, you can say it's exceptional. The Seabourn Research, the Ransom Villa, the land between the Roman Road and Great Wymondley appears to have Neolithic, Bronze Age, Roman, medieval sites on it. Who knows what's in there? You've only got the geophys. And I haven't spoken to Keith about it. He hasn't returned my calls. He's whatever. I'm just looking at that. So I could be wrong. I could be all over the coals regarding that. But it is mentioned by them. It is mentioned by the archaeologist that there's likely to be a lot of stuff in here, and not surprisingly, there is. So the next phase of research into this village could be advanced the already important work produced regarding the origins of the English village and the English culture field systems. Fame awaits the person who can pull the strands together to create a story of continuity since the arrival of agriculture in this country with foreign migration 3.5 to 4,000 years ago. Basically, this is a research project absolutely begging, and you've actually got the evidence. Not don't dig it. This is absolutely completely rich, and you know it's not all been found because the geophys doesn't find everything. Mike Parker Pearson only found his sorry, okay, yeah. Okay, we'll just leave this. It isn't NIMBYism, but all I'm basically saying here is that there's legionaries, Anglo-Saxons built a church, there's William the Conqueror, there's King Stephen, there's Cardinal Wolsey at Delamere House, there's Henry VIII kind of like occupying, linked with kind of like the manor house, there's Oliver Cromwell flipping, dissoluting the monasteries. Ironically, the solar thing will actually do more damage than all these people put together. Next one. Heritage primary objective. As locals, of course, we want to preserve the countryside for future generations. Greenbelt is important. The village has tried to protect its own self. It hasn't just been leaving it to others. We raised 300,000 to preserve St Mary's. We do not see the covering of valuable farmland with a low-grade solar panels is the answer to the renewable energy crisis. Alternatives do exist. We talk about Ukraine. The facts important luminaries like Michael Wood and the North Outskirting Outlays, Keith sing Wymondley out special. They do. I mean, it's a fact. A massive concentration of listed buildings, 67 lie within 1 kilometre of the site. The Grade 1 Priory is only 200 metres away. Massive scale of the development in pristine land, which has had agriculture going back 5,000 years in different forms. You know, it might have been just stone tools. It might have been antlers. It might have been creating D-shaped, kind of like whatever. Next one, please. The Great North Road is pretty important, but that Roman road needs more research, you know, near Gravely. All the listed buildings, Delamere House, the Manor House, the ancient monument of the castle, the Priory, I mean, just you name it, it just goes on. All current thinking archaeology looks at the setting of the place and the landscape they sit within. The importance of many listed buildings which have been preserved, plus the possibility of yet further unexplored archaeology means we have to preserve our widest setting of national importance. By any measure, you will not find real English history so embedded in English settlement as you do in Wymondley, the Wymondleys. Wymondley Bury in Little Wymondley's Grade 1, the Tithe Barn, and so on. Even the link, you know, I mean, the guys who were doing the work at kind of like at Hampton Court, they came to Delamere and said, oh, it's the same brickwork, you know. The pride we take in the preservation of our environment has been exemplified by the survival of the Wymondleys as a very special place. But like all fragile environments, we know it can easily be destroyed with hasty, ill-considered short-term thinking. Next one. The site, if used for the industrial solar facility, will irreparably damage the site, basically. We'll be deluding ourselves to think it will ever return to agriculture. Other parts of the objection will cover greenbelt infill. Given the go-ahead to build a greenbelt near such a concentration of listed buildings in a conservation area, begs the question, why can't you just build anywhere now? We understand that solar panels are an important part of the future, but only in a strategic plan that legislates all new homes and commercial buildings need to have solar panels fitting. Optimism and zeal to create this solar industrial concept should not masquerade itself as some panacea for the need for alternative sources of energy to replace fossil fuels. Irreparable damage can be done to the landscape and heritage of the Wymondleys if this reckless scheme is allowed to progress. Two wrongs do not make a right. Let us work together to correct climate change with a well thought out strategic plan which does not destroy the setting of fragile heritage and hastily rush through plans which compromise the greenbelt. And I mean, even in the situation where, you know, we have a situation where the no dig sites, for example, you're still talking about them not being open. They're not being open to kind of like people to do the important archaeology on them. There's the posts that will go in is the 32,000 posts are just exemplified here. I mean, if you put 32,000 posts into the ground, it's gonna massively affect it. Next. The proposal is opportunist. The heritage research conducted is at best perfunctory, leaving more questions than answers. You know, the reason I say that, where's the evidence? They only break their summary down into 4 areas: a conservation area, something in Gravely, just 4 areas. There's so much. It doesn't even mention people like this. It doesn't even mention the seminal book on the Wymondleys by Noel Farris. I mean, this is actually a whole book on the Wymondleys going back to manorial records. It doesn't even mention it. It's not even known. They don't even know about it, I don't think. That book is so important for the Wymondleys. It's got every piece of research on every building. And we just go on. They said, more joined up thought out solar alternatives have to exist. We should be devoting our time to sensible solar options in the county and not forgetting heritage and greenbelt are extremely fragile. And once it has gone, it's gone for good. Just basically 2 wrongs don't make a right. And if we just go on there and we just basically said there's an appendix here and you just go into the Motte and Bailey, and this is LiDAR work basically showing the Motte and Bailey, the Priory, the barns and linked lands. You know, and you see the connection, you know, right next to the solar site effectively, and so on. St Mary's Church, grade 1. Delamere, basically. The Manor Farm, Great Wymondley. I didn't have time to put in the whole 67 buildings that might be affected by this, but I wondered if I was going to leave you with something. It's always been connected to the land as Great Wymondley. And this area has always, the land has always been important to it. And that's why you can't just think of a conservation area as being as conservation. It's the wider concept as demonstrated by this incredible guy, Mike Parker Pearson. So that's the end of it. Thank you for persevering with me.
That's the video. Right, approximately how long does it take?
3 minutes.
Right. Take a break in a moment. I'd like to arrange to show that to the main parties so they can have to agree with that before we come back to
Yeah.
Also, during the day, different what I was looking at. Everything was there, but it was in different places. What I'm concerned about is that what's been put in as the revised proof is exactly the same in its format that as the local planning authority and the applicant have, not least simply from the point of view of referencing. I don't want to be saying if I need to reference something on a particular page, if it's different from everybody else's. So I want during the adjournment, just for the main parties to check that we've all got exactly the same document.
I think that, Neil, can we get some printed?
Well, if the printed copies are the same, there's nothing further needs to be done. But I just want to make sure. I just had doubts as you were going through it. I could see everything you were talking about, but it wasn't in the format in which it was being displayed.
I can only apologise.
We'll look at that in a moment, Mr. Jackson. So I want to, if we can get together and check that, and you make arrangements to show the video as well. So we'll take a break now. I want to make sure that we complete this. From what you say, 10 minutes should be enough, I think.
The video's 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Three and a
right.
half
It's
minutes.
just before 3:15, so we'll adjourn now and resume at 25 past. Mr. Hardy, you've seen the video, I think. Any?
Thank you. And my view is that it shouldn't be admitted for this reason, that it isn't just a video of the fields. That was by drone footage. That the first part of it was. But there's then commentary, and there are legends applied to photographs which are actually wrong. So factually, there are descriptions of the site which don't reflect the red line of the application, and it's also full of commentary, industrial development, and so on. So it's not a document that I've seen, and I think it is. If it's just supposed to be depiction of the site, you will see that on the site visit. We don't need a video, you don't need video footage to go there. It isn't just that. There are bits in there which I take exception to.
Blobs superimposed over the top of imagery that result in commentary that the council doesn't necessarily agree with.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily expect the council to agree with what's being said, bearing in mind that you're on opposite sides of the fence from the objectors on this.
Sorry, I should have been clear that we're not sure our accurate depictions of the site and the location of the development.
Right. From what you've both said, I do wonder, bearing in mind the concerns about the commentary that Mr. Hardy expressed, those are points that I think were made in any event by Mr. Jackson during his presentation. So, in other words, comments such as an industrial scale of development, we've already heard that. There's nothing new there. If there are concerns about accuracy, they can no doubt be pointed out to me in any event. It's, by all accounts, it is brief. You seem to have dealt with it relatively quickly. I'm
not sure. So whether you're going to say that on that basis it should be accepted. Look, it's video footage. It's not particularly usual to present evidence in that way. If it is just for you to see the site, you've got plenty of information. You're going to see that on the site visit.
It's not unusual at all to see video footage. In my experience, it happens quite frequently. I think on this occasion, I am prepared to see it in the forum of the inquiry. If Ms. Daly and Mr. Hardy, you have concerns about accuracy, I'd like you to point those out. Well, after we've seen the short film, if necessary, they can be pointed out during it. So we'll proceed on that basis, please. I would like to see the totality of what the objectors are putting forward on this topic. Are you ready to go?
Bear with me.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy, do you want to tell me what the main inaccuracies were in your view?
Well, yes, it's difficult to say because I haven't got a pause button. Obviously, it looks to me as though the overlay of the site, and it seemed to me that was particularly related to the northern portion, and it looked as though that ran contiguous with the line of the A1. So it felt to me as though that was too extensive. As you'll see then on the site, there's the triangle of land. So it peels away from the A1. So it on the quick look, it passes by relatively speedily. It was felt that that is an inaccurate depiction of the extent of the site. Obviously, that's exacerbated too by the colour and the difficulty of watching videos. Of course, you've now got a red colour in your mind, and therefore that was the reason why I thought it would be it was inappropriate to show.
Well, I've got the site boundary on plan form.
Yes,
I know exactly where the northern site is.
So that's my observation. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same point. So.
Okay. Do you both have copies of that video file now? Right, that does need to be circulated as it's been submitted to the inquiry. Okay, thank you. Mr. Harding, you're leading the evidence for the joint objectors group. You've got just before we finish with Mr. Jackson in chief, are there any questions on his evidence that you wish to put to him?
Copies. What about the copies from the they wanted to know whether they should put copies in written copies. Written.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mean direct? Sorry, that was a
yes,
procedural
directly
point.
to Mr.
Yeah,
Jackson.
Yeah. No, I don't think I've got any follow-up points before he's cross-examined.
That's fine. I just wanted to give you that opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
So everybody's being treated in the same way.
Yeah. Now I think apologies for that the PowerPoint sort of mix, and I think that did make life difficult for Mr. Jackson and everyone else. But I think we're now all on the same.
Yes, I think we've sorted that.
And I appreciate you allowing the video. Thank you.
Yes, I should have mentioned that. Whilst the video was being shown, I checked my copy of the revised proof with the other parties, and we all do have the same document, which is fine. Thank you. Mr. Hardy, it's I'll be moving to you next for cross-examination, but there's a however coming, because the estimate I've got from you for cross-examination before I heard what you said this morning was an hour and a half, and I'm mindful that we've got just over 20 minutes left in this room tonight. So unless you have a shortened update, I'm a little bit reluctant to put Mr. Jackson in purdah overnight, very soon into his cross-examination.
Well, I am very much short on my cross-examination. It's about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. But of course, that if there are questions from the council, I can't speak for Ms. Daly, so that might mean that we don't finish with this witness anyway. So that needs to be borne in mind.
I will have questions in any event.
So we're not going to finish Mr. Jackson today.
I suspect not.
So I'll leave it in your hands as to whether you want me to embark on a radically shortened cross-examination.
No, not at all. You need to cover the ground that's important for your case. I don't think in 20 plus minutes we're going to complete Mr. Jackson this evening. But it's helpful to know that the cross-examination will be brief when it comes. Ms. Daly, who's yours?
I've got about 10 minutes, but I'm not going to repeat questions that Mr. Hardy asks, so that is likely to go down rather than up, I would have thought.
Okay. Bearing in mind what I heard this morning, and I think the stance that you're taking, Mr. Hardy, I suspect that we can accommodate that without bringing the start time forward for tomorrow. Are you content with that? Are we meant?
Entirely in your hands. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Right, well, we'll proceed on that basis then. Before we finish for today, are there any points that any of the main parties wish to raise, Mr. Hardy?
Yes, only a mundane one, but important to me. That is leaving boxes in the room.
Yes,
I don't
very
know whether
important
there is an
one.
update on that.
Yes, there is. I'm told that parties can leave boxes in the room as long as they're stored in the corner out of the way, but that nothing valuable should be left because people will be using the room this evening.
Of course.
That
Thank
is-
you, Mr. Elliott. Is
is
that it,
good-
Mr.
good
Hardy?
news. No, that's good news.
Anything else? Mr. Elliott, do you have anything to raise?
No, nothing from me. Thank you.
Mr. Harding?
Just a couple of points.
Yes.
First of all, on the two people who are going to present on flooding and transport, do you want a written presentation from them? Sort of.
I'm sorry if that hasn't been as clear as I hoped it would be. What prompted the email from the inspectorate was that clearly it had already been covered in the statement of case.
Yeah.
So it was, everybody was aware or should have been aware of JOG's concern in those matters. You'd also clearly indicated that you wished to question the witnesses for the applicant.
Yeah.
On that topic. But I'm very concerned things are dealt with in an even-handed way. So if you were going to ask questions, it was necessary for there to be someone speaking to those parts of the statement of case on behalf of JOG, so that if they wish, Ms. Daly
Yeah.
and
Could
Mr.
ask
Hardy
questions,
can ask
Yeah,
questions on
yeah.
the same topic.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for any new documents or
No,
any substantial
okay.
new evidence at all.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. So they need to ask. They couldn't just ask questions of me, for example.
They-
They need to be. It needs to
No.
be a separate witness.
No, it
Well, they
doesn't.
could
You can be both advocates
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
witness. So
All
if
right.
you're,
Oh,
if
well,
you're
that
able
helps
to
us.
cover those areas that are
Okay.
covered in the statement of case, that would be fine. as
All
far as
right.
I'm concerned.
We'll clarify that for you, but we don't need anything more written. And my second point, not to put a spanner in the works, but when we gave the dates of availability, the one day Mr. Jackson said he couldn't do was tomorrow, actually, which obviously makes life a little bit difficult. I just need to check with him if he is willing and able to attend in the morning tomorrow. Yes, I'm sure Kate will be there.
Well, what better way to celebrate your birthday, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are
Okay.
you coming? Good.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. I've got nothing else to raise. So the inquiry is now adjourned and we resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow in this room. Thank you.